Gracias quiero dar al divino labyrinto.
I want to give thanks to the divine labyrinth of cause and effect, for the diversity of the creatures that make up this unique universe, for reasons that will never stop dreaming of a map of the labyrinth, for the face of Helen, the perseverance of Ulysses, for love which allows us to see others as the divinity sees them, for the glow of fire that no human being can look at without ancient wonder, for mahogany, cedar, sandalwood, for bread and salt, for the mystery of the rose, which bestows color and doesn't see it, for the art of friendship, for the sea, which is a shining desert, and quite a number of things we don't know, for the morning, which gives us the illusion of a beginning, for the night, its darkness and its astronomy, for the courage and happiness of others, for the homeland, perceived in jasmine or on an old sword, for Whitman and Francis of Assisi, who wrote the poem, for the fact that poetry is inexhaustible and is confused with the sum of the creatures, and will never reach the last verse. And it varies from person to person, for the moments before sleep. For sleep and death, these two hidden treasures. For intimate gifts, I do not list. For music, the mysterious form of time.
Por la música, misteriosa forma del tiempo.
Dear friends, welcome back. Welcome to Assisi. This is Economy of Francesco.
We are here in this wonderful chapel of Frate Elia of the Basilica of St. Francis. We would like to thank our light designer, Jean-Paul Corradori, and the event director, Maria Amatacalo.
Thank you, Valentino, for giving us these wonderful verses from Borges. Welcome back to everyone, and thank you for your presence and your participation. This is amazing. We have did a marathon, but I don't know, how was it? Were you able to follow it?
Yes, sure. We have to. It was a wonderful experience. Actually, we would like to thank all these people who dedicate their time and effort to make this marathon a successful event.
Yes, I have heard a lot of news, but I want to know more about it. Jenna?
Yes, so we started from Europe with Portugal and the United Kingdom. We crossed the Atlantic Ocean and arrived in Latin America with a route in Brazil, Argentina, Chile, Peru, and Colombia. We traveled to North America, where we were hosted by the United States and Mexico, and then Philippines, South Korea, India, Sri Lanka, Ukraine, Croatia, Nigeria, Cameroon, Burkina Faso, Spain, and back to Italy. They took us on an amazing journey through their territories, cultures and experiences, local projects, and calls for action.
And now we have a special video with another contribution from our friends of NIADO, this time from Israel and Lebanon. Let's welcome Idan Abrahamson and Sarah Himadeh.
Emma. 'Cause I am an addict. I know 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 I am an addict. I know
Wow, this song has a deep meaning for you, for me. I love it so much. Thank you, Idan and Sarah. Thank you very much. And now we'll move on. Today's first session entitled Vocation and Prophet Toolbox, which will be introduced by the people involved.
Hi, greetings from Venezuela. Vocation and Profit for me is the challenge to do business in a better way. It's to stay creative, and it's an opportunity to practice fraternity.
Living fraternity and complementing each other beyond the distance.
Vocation and Profit is the place where the economy of Francesco starts.
Vocation for me is the call to put our gifts at the service of our communities, and profit is the relationship between what we do and what allows us to continue doing it.
For me, vocation is the inner code, what you're passionate about. When you find your vocation and you do what you really like, profit comes together. Not only speaking money-wise, but from the meaningful value of helping others.
Profit is thinking beyond the money, valuing the wealth that exists in each person, manifesting in their vocation.
Vocation and purpose is to inspire others to love what they do and thus build and achieve the common good for all.
It's giving meaning to my life, and benefit is to put it at the service of the others and to walk on this path together.
Vocation and profit for me is the equation to be solved for the new economy and the future generations.
And now we give the floor back to the session.
Now we start.
Hello, guys.
Perfect.
Are you there? Can you hear us? Hello?
Perfect. Let's give the floor.
Where is everybody? Oh, I see Enrique is joining. Hi, Enrique.
Ciao amico, buongiorno. Hello, how are you doing?
I'm good. What about you? Is it a good time there? Will you manage to illuminate Christ the Redeemer?
Finally, we have a blue sky. Oh my God, thanks for the prayers. We'll do it tonight. It will be
then
great.
I see Irene also is joining.
Hi, Luca. Hi. Yes, I started our drawing for today, and I will fill it with everything that comes up from our meeting.
Thank you, Irene. And who else? I see Fabrizio. Yes, Fabrizio. Are you with us? Probably is not able to speak. So, Anyway, this is our Connection Saturday. I'm Luca, I'm from Vocation and Profit, and with Valentina, we will be the hosts for today. So, the Connection Saturday is a weekly meeting that we are having as a Vocation and Profit Village since April, in which we ask about each other and we create a sense of connection between ourselves. And today, it is a very special Connection Saturday because of you. So we have not only to establish connection between ourselves, but also with you. We usually start our weekly meeting with a check-in question. For today, the check-in question is, what color do you feel like? Giovanni, could you please show the screen? Okay. For those who are watching us, for the public, that is the code you see in the top right corner, 7341286. What color do you feel like today, and which is the connected emotion? For example, red, excited, or blue, calm, or green, hopeful. Otherwise, if you don't manage to join to use this Mentimeter, this tool, you can write it on the chat.
Ciao a tutti. Hola, Lucas.
Hello, Val.
Hi everyone. Welcome to see you. I'm Valentina from Chile, and I'm part of Vocation and Profit. And now we can wait together and see the answers from our audience and from our friends back home. What do you think, Luca?
Yes. Ooh, wow. It's coming up.
Great.
Azul, yellow, blue, green, green, which is this is synesthesia.
Yes. Yeah. This is lovely. So welcome you all. Hey, I know, Luca, you invite someone else.
Yes, I invited villagers from other villages to join us. They represent you, the public, somehow. So we have Tamiris from Policies and Happiness. Tamiris, welcome.
Welcome, Tamiris. Hey.
Then Andrea and Maria from Finance and Humanity.
Hello, everybody.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
Hi,
Andrea.
Maria.
Good afternoon.
Welcome for being with us.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrea.
From Women for Economy.
Hello, everyone.
Maybe someone from the public already knows them. I see the chat is full of messages. Then Stefania from CO2 of Inequalities. And
Hi, guys.
Hi, Stefania. Welcome.
Zeno, we miss you. Where are you? Okay, probably he is not yet able to reach us, but we will wait for him later on.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you guys for showing up. Did you bring your boxes?
Yes.
Yes.
So get ready, because in this Connection Saturday, you will fill them with our experience, and we will ask you to share some impressions at the end.
Great.
So if you could now, please, switch off the cameras. Thank you. Hello, Vale.
Yay.
Today, we will present our Vocation and Profit Toolbox. And what is the Vocation and Profit Toolbox? We found in our village that there is usually in a group, the risk that either the task dominates and one loses sight of people, or the contrary. So we establish a lot of friendship, but we lose sight of the task. In our village, Vocation and Profit, we made both mistakes, but in the process, we learned. So we want to share with you this learning process. But we are also sure that you have a lot to teach us. So we will ask questions on the chat, as we just did with the Mentimeter, and we will have a surprise at the end. It is pretty ambitious, right? So how will we do that? Vale will tell us.
Thank you, Luca. And Giovanni, can you share the screen of our process. And okay, so in order to explain our process and our experience here in Vocation and Profit, we divide our conference in 3 sections. The heart is our mindset, the attitude to be adapted towards to each one of us. Juli, Helen, and I. Welcome.
Thank you, Vale.
Thank you. Yes. We will share our principles and culture here. You are very welcome, yours. And the second part of our conference is going to be the head, is our knowledge, our behavior in this co-creation process. This section will be presented by Ramon, Marcy, Patty, Lina, Luca. Can you guys come up and switch on your cameras and say hi to everyone? Lina, Patty, jump in.
Hi guys, hello from Brazil.
Hi, everyone.
Hi, everyone from Peru. You're very welcome. And Lina, are you around? Okay, she will be right in a minute. So, and then the last part of our confidence is the hands. So it's the impact, it's the outcome of sharing our vocation at the serve to the others and keep learning together. This section will be presented by Luca, Nayeli, and young people from different villages. Just open your screen again and jump in. You're very welcome. Hey.
Thank you, guys.
You're welcome.
Okay, so now let's move to the first section, the heart. What is the heart? The heart is what will let you enter into the feeling of our village. And I would like to present you some questions that come from our heart. So in these times of coronavirus, you see, what could be the profit of a student in economics? Well, studying for the exams, doing the homework, whatever. But what is the vocation of such a student? Well, it could be as little as helping an elderly person go to the supermarket and buy things for that person, or as big as being with us in the Economy of Francesco, building a new economy. So the question that
Luca,
comes...
can you stop? Can you stop a little bit? Hello there. You're our guest. Where are you from? Miss, hello, where are you from?
Probably.
Can I ask you? Hello? Hi, how are you? Do you hear me? I'm Valentina from Chile. Can I ask you for a favor?
I think she's Daniela. So we welcome her and we move on.
Great. Okay, let's move on.
Thank you,
Thank
Vale.
you, Luca.
Thank you, Vale. So the question I was about to say is the hard question. What is the creative tension for you when you try to focus on your vocation, but also recognize the reality and necessity for profit? And you see it in the slide.
Yes, I can.
So we invite you to write your answer in the chat in any language. And it is a slow question, so we don't expect you to know the answer right now, but we love to take this question and maybe answer it together in our next session.
Great, thank you, Luca. And now we want to go deeper in our culture and principles. So we'll listen to different villages, and we develop here in Vocation and Profit our principles to help bring it together and and build a strong community. This gives us a heart open to continue the co-creation process and learning together at the serve of the Economy of Francesco community. So Giovanni, can you switch the slide, please? And let's Let's learn a little bit more about this.
Hello. Well, in order to put vocation first, we discovered that we needed a common mindset and developed the model tree to represent the culture of our village. We think that culture is important because it creates a common sense of what is important to achieve as a community. We did a process together, and these are the roots of our tree. Dignity, we made the concept our own and work together, acknowledging that everyone is unique and has a special treasure to give. This has allowed solidarity to flourish. We share interests and needs among ourselves. We build a community that acts as a whole, taking care of the common good. We practice an attitude of permanent service to the needs of the others. We have all stopped doing things or given up moments of rest, leisure, family. Why? Because we all need a purpose in our life, and we found here, and it makes us happy. This leads immediately to the next one, sustainability. We are motivated about enlightening people in the search for their own vocation and profit. We are working as guardians for future generations, as happiness has to be sustainable. Subsidiarity. This is complex and means to give support when needed, but also knowing how to withdraw. We have worked with older and younger participants, changing roles, supporting each other when necessary, and then opening up space for each other to develop on our own. And last but not least, we are used to hearing about collaboration, but we prefer to speak about co-creation. We believe that in doing together, people improve their individual skills and capacities, but also the ability to add new value to their own creativity from the debate and the contact with the others.
Let me jump in there, Huli, because I want to say how great it is to see our villagers coming up with principles like this, because we can see how they're really connected with the deep traditions, the Christian tradition that we're part of, and yet you've made them your own. So you've received something from the church, from the Bible, from the tradition, but you're adding your own contribution to it. You're enriching that tradition, and then you're handing it on to others today and into the future. And we would expect to see that, because at the end of the day, we're all reflecting on what it means to live a good human life. And we can find very similar principles in the other great wisdom, religious and philosophical traditions of the world. And we can all meet each other here, building a common good together, but each one finding our own identity and individuality, and it being enhanced and enriched and strengthened by being part of this great tradition. So it's so great to see our village being part of that wonderful work. Well done, villagers.
Thank you,
Helen. Helen, don't go. Yes, there you go. So listen to you too. This reminds me our first time, being together and listening one another and observing and getting to know each other. So we start sharing our talents and abilities in the service of the community here in Vocation and Profit. We began to trust each other and create deep bonds. We have empathized. Many of us are not native English speakers, but in some way, somehow, we create new ways of, communication and, just say, okay, don't worry, just say in your own language, we translate, and that's it. And this is one of our strongest points, create and building community and relationships. And in the other hand, we have discovered that every one of us here in Vocation and Profit had a healthy tension discovering their own vocation and profit and how put it at the service to the others. And during this month, we have been meeting weekly since March, April around, and we have this discussion about learning from the past, what we want to maintain, and what we would like to improve to and contribute together in the village and also in the economy of Francesco. So our process of co-creation has opened us a gift, in my opinion, to the beauty of working together in an interdisciplinary dialogue and sharing old and new learning, different views, wisdoms, ambitions, and open to the abundance of life. Looking our tree model, our roots, our mindset opens a space for personal and collaborative creativity open to life. And this is reflect of our behavior and our impact in the society, I think. Building vocation and profit principles allowed us to build a safe space and consider the conditions would allow us to express ourselves and our personal calling and skills, vocation, in the service of the village, task or profit, you will say in some way, somehow, and to know what need to be respected to be successful. So the task should not overwhelm the team, but to help us to learn together and work forward. So in the last part, I will say our experience of learning and continues us in a source of beauty and joy, because we're saying, right, like Eve said it, far but together, right? What do you think, Luca?
Oh, I think, I think that we should, we started from the heart, from these principles, but we didn't stop to these principles.
Yeah, you're right.
Right? So we started also to have an ideation process. And this is the part of the head of our conference that you mentioned before, Vale. So if we started the heart with the questions, then we will also start the head with other questions. We would like to give you a question that we have, and it is this one. If vocation and profit is a common home to be built, what unique brick can I bring? So for me, at least, this question meant trying to identify in my daily reality something that spoke of the economy of Francesco. And I found it into my family firm. And I have been trying to transform it into a benefit corporation, but it's difficult, right? So I needed to ask for help. And so the second question that I asked myself is, if this brick, is it too heavy to carry only for me? To whom can I ask help? And Adriana gave me a hand by giving me the contact of a person she knows, and that she went through the same challenges that I went through. And I felt really sustained into this, both materially and emotionally.
That's beautiful, now, Luca. Thank you. Thank you for sharing it.
Now, there is these two questions are really important, and there will be 1,000 of other examples that I would like to tell you, but maybe we can get together another time. You can write to me, because now we have to go to the heart of the head. Okay, so Marcia
let's move on.
Will present us their testimonies. Please come up, guys.
Hi, thanks, Luca. I'm so happy to be here, and thanks, Vale. I would like to share the gift that I received here in Vocation and Profit. The Vocation and Profit fraternity experience was just amazing for me. We have learned that despite the distance, we can create experience together and have fun. Like Vale was saying first, in spite of wanting to be present in the different activities, it was a little difficult for me because I was working on a weekday.
until I received an invitation from Vale to help with a little virtual cake for our first vocation and party celebration. And that's where it all started for me. It was really, really a gift to find such incredible people. These people that I have not seen in person until now, but I feel like I know each one of you from a long time ago. And you are my friends and we can have fun together. We have also celebrated our birthdays and special dates by sending some videos, greetings, songs. That's where we all discover our talents and share a little of our culture. And I also remember when we did a very special moment, like Vocation and Praise. We share our spirituality left from Assisi. We were connected from Assisi. We have just a real great time. Each project, however it may seem a little small, has allowed us to create a culture that represents our village, and we can materialize it in our principles. So thank you very much, and I'm so happy to be part of Vocation and Profit team.
Oh, Marcia, I remember the cake. It was so much fun. And what about our survey? Is Ramon over here? Thank you so much, Marcy. Hey, do you remember our flower?
Sim, minha amiga. Estou aqui. But to be honest, Vale, I don't think it's a survey or research, but a map. I think it's a simple map that shows how rural we are. And I remember, Vale?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah,
I remember in the beginning we thought, well, how do you build it? What's the meaning of that? And we said, we want to know better each other. And it was quite simple. Before creating actions, before creating projects that we think are important, let's firstly listen to what the villagers have to say, their voices, their realities, their experience, their cultures, their dreams, their battles, their struggles, and then after all of it, to think about projects to run. And I think was it from many hands from Africa, Latin America, from Asia, Europe, we discovered the potential groups we are and the projects that we would like to take. And I'm sure that we worked so hard because I remember it well, we remember it, but I think we had fun working together and learning so much that process.
Yeah, Luca, you, this is the team. So don't go away, just jump in.
Yes, this is the team, and but it's not just the survey or the parties and the atmosphere of love and ideation process we created. It's also about the Laudato Si group. So I think one of our members, Lina, who is not with us, but she sent us a video message, wants to share with all of the public her experience in her native
Great, let's hear about it.
Hi guys, do you remember our time together reading Laudato Si? I enjoyed the opportunity to be part of the Laudato Si reading group, and that was my first joy, and I want to tell you how my joy was in my language. Nuestro primer reto fue encontrar el día y la hora de nuestras reuniones, y cuando por fin logramos coordinar nuestras agendas, empezamos a profundizar y analizar los capítulos de esta encíclica desde una mirada propositiva, pero no solamente nos quedamos con las reflexiones que hicimos, sino que nos propusimos hacer una acción en concreto durante la semana. Concrete proposal during the week. Porque eso es iniciar en nuestro proceso de conversión ecológica. Es un camino para encontrar nuestra vocación como custodios de la creación, y eso es vivir Laudato Si.
We understood our vocation as guardians of creation, so we realized how to put into practice the Laudato Si. I would like to be able to invite other persons to participate.
We enjoy so much learning about Laudato Si. We have fun, and and it was fun to move forward, and do some concrete action. And do you remember, Luca, something about vocation and action? Do you remember that time?
Yes, I remember Vocation in Action. We did this meeting in September, the 29th of September, and it came from the survey, from the map. Is Patricia with us? Patricia, do you want to tell us something about that? About vocation?
Great, Patty. Hi. Yes, I really love Vocation in Action because it's the continuation of the map. So first, we discover who you are, our struggles, our dreams, and then we discover the projects you would like to do. So it's like the match between the sense and willingness and to do something with practical action. So it's very interesting to see how potential groups emerge. So the global and local change makers, writers and communicators, social entrepreneurs, researchers and educators. And there are many projects guided by new forms of teaching, by working with and not for the community. Adjust the tension between vocation and profit. And this made us very happy. It's great to work together. So look, it's like we already walking through the path of the economy of Francesco.
Yes, indeed, Patricia, because we continued. So we didn't just stop to the organization of the Vocation in Action with the 5 groups, but during the Vocation in Action meeting, we found some projects that were deeply connected to our individual vocations. And Enrique will tell us more about this. Enrique Nayeli.
Thank you, Luca. But before we get started, I would like to thank the entire Vocation and Profit team, who through the countless debates we had, interactions, and especially co-creation moments, it allowed us to arrive at an important reflection about this profit-vocation binomial. As in the Chinese yin yang, our desire to balance these two important concepts in our daily lives is, in most cases, more than a desire, but a mission in life. And it was exactly by listening to what many of our young people had to say about this ongoing experience that we came to the concept of our project in the Writers and Communicators group. EOF, Economy of Francesco, is such an important initiative to the world, as we know, and we want to reshape the economy at different levels, from the government to organizations and individuals. This project focuses on the individual level. We want to be companions of those people who set out on the quest to search for the meaning of life, and also their motivators, in order to encourage them to already act in their daily lives. All of these through an actionable podcast channel. We want to help people understand that everyone can be a hero in their local communities and in society as a whole, from the moment they start to recognize and understand the relationship of their vocation to their career and the career they want to follow, and become aware of the impact they have through their work for the whole collectivity. Also, we want to make even more visible and inspiring the movement that is already happening in the organizational environment, such as in the B Corps, the Blueprint for Better Business Framework, and in the Economy of Communion, for example. But a dream without action is just a wish. We are more than a podcast. We are a movement of people, a movement that wants to encourage the listener to act and promote change in daily life. And how does it work? Our podcast will feature guests whose purpose and insight are in line with the EOF principles and proposals. They will share their personal stories about how they pursue their careers as their vocations and how they thrive to have a positive impact on society. At the end of the show, we will summarize what the guests have shared and turn it into an actionable and feasible quest for the listener to take actions in his or her daily life. We will then collect listeners' stories. Those stories will help us measure how well we run the podcast and also encourage more listeners to join this mission. So, When we were thinking about the name, we wanted something that truly connected with our calling to promote vocation and profit. So we put profit on the table. We think this is catchy because people have different interpretations of this word. But profit podcast sounds boring, right? We don't want people perceived as a bunch of boring people. And this is not just any podcast. This must be a place where people take actions. So we want something that suggests action, adventure. We want to make this a quest. Let me introduce you to the Profit Podcast, a funny, fun, and easy to listen 15-minute podcast channel that aims to share great stories about leaders who pursue their careers as a call to their purpose in life and encourages the listeners to make a positive impact in their daily life through the quest set out to them at each episode. We have prepared a brief intro of the podcast, and I am excited to share with you now. Giovanni?
We explore practical ways to put our inner calls at the service of the common good. Welcome to the Profit Podcast. Hi, ciao, hola, ni hao, hoi, apakabar, xin chao, kawajika, marhaban. Welcome to the show. You are listening to episode 0 of the Profit Podcast. I'm your host, Evelyn Sanchez.
Thank you, Giovanni. We aim to launch the Profit Podcast in the second quarter of 2021, and you will be able to listen on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, and Google Podcasts. You can already follow us on Instagram and Facebook for updates. You will be among the first to know when we are officially launched. And if you know someone who will be perfect as our speaker, and that includes you and your superpowers, or if you have any idea of a theme for an episode you'd like to listen, feel free to contact us, please. Ingrid from our team will be sharing our social media in the chat right now. So, as you could see, we want to foster change from the inside out. We want to cause a spark within these inner universes of ours, which could result in a whole new Big Bang. Change is what we need. Change through people willing to make it happen. We need change makers. By the way, one of those special people with these amazing superpowers is waiting for us in Mexico right now. Nayeli, I've heard that you have also some pretty good news to tell us. How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
I'm fine too. I'm curious about your projects.
Oh, thanks a lot, Enrique. It's been a pleasure to meet someone as energetic as you from a beautiful country like Brazil. Thank you and all of your team for everything you've done. It is truly amazing.
Thank you. Good luck.
Yes, we also have some good news to share. Good afternoon, everybody. It is truly an honor to speak on behalf of this unique village and a special team that we've become, the Changemaker. This team is now a part of each one of us. I can assure you that we all consider this team as a valuable asset in our lives because it has literally changed our way of thinking and acting. We have learned so much from each other and become such a great team because we are all driven by our vocations and ways of helping others. The wisdom of each one of our members, including the seniors that we love, is a gift to us from the Economy of Francesco. We all have been working from our mindsets, which have reflected on our behavior, generating an impact in our surroundings. This design process began 3 months ago and has developed a canvas as a tool that projects the passion, compromise, and love that we have all put in this project. By working together as change makers, we have created this. You could see the name in the other slide, or name. Could we go to the last to the other? No, that's all right. No. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Gio. Well, by working together as change makers, we have created these principles with the sole desire to help others. These were already explained by my friend Julie, so I will go to the next part. This is our canvas, where we have projected all of our ideas. Here you can see our project, our principles, for whom, stakeholders, milestones, impacts, team value, metrics, for whom, objectives, why, cost, etc. Into the objectives part, you can find a platform called newfire.com that already exists, and we want to use it as an example of how we want to share our work and our knowledge too. These are two important, there are two important elements. Number one, having the confidence to have the conversations about vocation and profit and to learn from it and to be able to share that learning together with each one other in the platform. And of course, there's a number two, and the platform is a project that means profit, but it needs to be informed by humanity and conversation. That's the real vocation. And we are going to see our team value now. Dear Gio, could we go to the team value, please? Thank you. Well, here you can see our team value. This has all been a process of co-creation and active participation from each one of the members, who have all overcome the obstacles that our different time zones have presented. This outcome has been possible thanks to the unique capabilities and gifts that we all possess and have implemented with great commitment to this program. I must admit that although it might seem difficult, it truly hasn't, because we are all devoted to discuss and love to give and share a little of what we have been blessed with. So here is our team value, and now I'm approaching the end. So, guys, this is it. I deeply appreciate the time and attention that you have given us to present our project. Now, I will pass this opportunity to my friend Vale. Go, Vale.
Thank you, Nayeli, and thank you so much for the writers and communicators and change makers work. You did awesome. Thank you, guys. And now we're passing to the hands to the work for the other people. Hands are the action of the vocation and profit are deserved to the others. So now we will introduce our villagers. For those who are watching on YouTube channel, please feel free to share your comments on the chat. And Luca, do you have a question or something for us?
Yes, I have a question for the villagers. So I asked the other villagers to switch on their cameras because we are curious what impressions did the heart, the hands, the head of this vocation and profit village give you?
It was very lovely to listen you speak about the community. So that's why I brought my community today, my beautiful community, Policies and Happiness, because we also share this spirit of friendship. And our the Economy of Francesco, it's only beginning. So let's keep this spirit alive. And the other thing that I thought that's quite interesting is the use of the personal vocation. It's very important because in the Economy of Francesco, we have space for all. And I would like to mention that I thought it's very beautiful when Holly mentioned the flourish, this solidarity spirit to flourish. So that's why I brought with me these flowers, because it's very important for us in Policies and Happiness to flourish as well. We are working hard to let the families and the communities flourish. We are working for public policies to allow us to live in a better world. So it's very beautiful, everything that I listened today. So keep doing this, with this spirit of solidarity and fraternity. So it's very beautiful.
Thank you so much, Tamari, and thank you for your team as well. And what about Andrea?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for this Connection Saturday. I wasn't aware, and it has been a great pleasure. You gave me so many inputs that my box will be full of papers, so I will be starting by mentioning the word that Tamiris mentioned about community. Perhaps is not very visible, and this is what we created through the Economy of Francesco. Our ambition is to humbly contribute to help to reach the common good, and serving God through serving the whole humanity, respecting the dignity of the people, as you correctly mentioned. We will build on the pillars of the social doctrine of the church, such as solidarity, the subsidiarity, and the common good. So thank you for this. Keep on, and let's be connected. This is just the start of a process, as Pope Francis often mentions, and we have just started. Most of the fruits will be caught later on in the future.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Andrea.
We have time for 2 or 3 shares. What about the others? Who feels like sharing something before the end?
I can. First of all, thank you, friends, for inviting me here. It's been a nice time to see what you have been doing till now. And well, as a current economics and business student, I want to share with you the greatest gift with which I've been blessed. I have it here on the box. It is a pencil. I think that it really represents the gift of education. I know that it is an intangible good, but that really has made a difference in our lives, and that we often take it for granted. Nowadays, unfortunately, many children have no access to education, no opportunities to develop their skills and to have a decent life. So I think that this idea really links to the words you have mentioned of dignity, solidarity, and service, because we must all have the vocation to be at the service of those who don't have access to education, stand in solidarity with them, and work to ensure that they can have a dignified life. And so with this pencil, I want to transmit my vocation to fight against this injustice. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Maria. Thank you. Thank you so much for being here and share this with us. It's an honor for us.
Thank you.
Time for another share. Before another of you who wants to share before we close. Zeno.
I'll share something. I chose from everything you said. I chose 2 words. The first one is, or 2 concepts. The first one is concrete action, and I really liked first of all, your concrete ideas, especially your podcast idea. Great idea for the name, by the way. And I think it's nice to see that there are a lot of places in which a lot of people, young people, talk and talk and talk, but then ideas remain ideas and nothing becomes concrete. And what I like of the Economy of Francesco, and in particular of your presentation, is these to see how what we believe in actually becomes something concrete. Then it may become something huge, it may not, but it's really nice to see that words and thoughts actually become something concrete to change the world. And that's why I chose a pen. I didn't copy Maria, but almost. I chose a pen with which we can start writing our new experience, and as people and as the Economy of Francesco. So Thank you very much.
Thank you, Zeno. For the others who didn't manage to speak, we are sorry. We will gather your impressions later on and maybe can share with our network.
And get together and keep learning. So, so Luca, do you have an invitation for us?
I have one last question. So we usually end our Connection Saturday with a checkout question. As we started with a check-in, we end with a checkout. And the checkout question for today is, so you know, the public, I'm speaking to the public. So Economy of Francesco is a home to be built by each of us. And inspired by this learning process that has happened today, what it is going to be your action in the next, after these 3 days of conferences of Economy of Francesco? We have a Mentimeter with the same code as before, 73, 41, 28, 6. You can share the answers with us. And while you share the answers, either on the Mentimeter or on the chat, Nayeli, do you have to tell us something?
Yeah, if you feel the call to be part of our 2 projects, you can let us know and just jump in.
Yes, and we share our Vocation and Profit email. So take note of it. It is Vocation and Profit EOF 2020 at gmail.com. I think he's also on the chat.
So thank you, Luca, and thank you, Nayeli. So we're seeing love, action, friendship, share, change, spread the seed. Relator for podcast. Hey, podcast team, you have another another member. Okay, it's hard for me to see it. Okay, so here, creative bridges, keep on meeting, community basis, values, God, hope, friends, research, projects, vocation, community, gathering, creating networks, contact some speakers, profit, act, and so on, education, spread the seed, continue development ideas, solidarity, comunidad, realizing the projects, write it down ideas, connect with you all.
Reading this for, I don't know, 1 month.
I know. Okay.
But unfortunately, time has come and gone.
Yeah.
And we would like to thank you for being here with us. Thank you, everyone, the public. And we hope to get in touch with you. I repeat the email, Vocation and Profit EOF 2020 at gmail.com.
And Luca, after we are sharing...
I'm forgetting the drawing of Irene.
Yes.
Can you come up 1 minute, just 1 second?
We have an artist in our village.
Thank you.
And let's
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much.
So that others can see the visual notes.
Okay, can you see it? Or okay, I will share it. So as usual, I draw our meeting. As you see, I fill it with everything that happened today. We started with explaining that this is a Connection Saturday. Our check-in question, what color do you feel today? Then we explored the heart part, exploring our principle and the relation between profit and vocation. The head, presenting our projects like the Profit Podcast and the Global Changemakers project. And we finished with the hands part, thinking about the next step of our action.
Thank you, Irene. Thank you, Irene. Now we pass the word.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Irene, for this beautiful, you're getting better every day.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
After we're sharing this question, we have pleased and thankful with everyone that's here with us attending this call for serves, and thanks for being part of our regular meetings, Vocation and Profit. We are very enthusiastic about co-creating this session for you. We have been working for weeks.
Thank you for
We
your
hope
interest.
you enjoy yourself as much as we did. We're really excited to hear more for your learning process here in the Economy of Francesco. And we encourage you to spread the seed of how you are putting vocation and profit at the serve to the others, and share your gift with your community. And Luca.
Guys,
So
thank you, guys.
let's call our team. People, just jump in.
That's the end, Vale.
Yes.
Goodbye.
Thank you,
guys.
Thank you, guys. You're awesome.
So, guys,
thank you, guys.
Open your microphone. Say goodbye.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao a tutti.
So now, thanks to Eve Sanchez, she wrote a song also called Far But Together. She was inspired by the Economy of Francesco, and thanks to all the participants of this enriching moment.
By saying no more, no more homeless, no more hunger. Let us travel the unknown. We breathe the same air, we use the same light. No one can be And you are with greater value, turning conscience into words, turning conscience into actions. It inspires to create. And you are with greater value, turning conscience into words, turning conscience into actions. We take with us what we gave. And you are with greater value, turning conscience into words, turning conscience into actions. We take with us what we gave. And you are with greater value, far but together, sense of belonging. I am because we are, far but together, sense of belonging. I am because we are, lejos más juntos pertenecemos. Yo soy porque somos, longe mais juntos pertencemos. Eu sou porque somos, lontani ma uniti apparteniamo. Sono perché siamo, l'uomo ensemble nous appartenons. Je suis parce que nous sommes, dalle quale razem de exponentie, jestem ponieważ jesteśmy, far but together, sense of belonging. I am because we are, far but together, far but together. Be in the right place, be in the right time, be with the right people, in the right way, be in the right place, be in the right
Amazing.
That was amazing, amazing, amazing to dance. Thank you very much, Eve Sanchez. And now we go on to our second interactive session called We Are All Developing Countries with Kate Raworth, economist at the University of Oxford and the University of Cambridge, UK, and John Perkins, economist, author, and activist. Welcome both. We want to thank from the start for participating in the Economy of Francesco. Over to you, Carlo.
Hello. Hi, everybody. My name is Carlo Giardinetti, and I'm not an economist. In fact, I never understood anything about economy until the Economy of Francesco came into my life. And all of a sudden, I understood that the economy is much more and much beyond a few graphs that I could never understand. But there are some that I can understand, such as the one that we will look at together today. The title of this session is We Are All Developing Countries. And that's what we want to explore today, together with Kate Raworth, a dear friend of the Economy of Francesco. She's a renegade economist with lots of energy, passion, and love. And she's the creator of the donut of social and planetary boundaries, probably the best donut you will ever taste. Together with Kate, we have John Perkins. John is a former chief economist of major international consulting firms. He's also a former economic hitman. And he's the author of Confessions of an Economic Hitman, which is a global bestseller. I've rarely met a more gentle soul than John, who will be with us today in a second. Together with Kate and John, there will be 12 live economists from the Economy of Francesco villages that with courage will make their proposals to move the Economy of Francesco forward. I would like to ask Kate to join me on video. Thank you, Kate, for being with us, and over to you.
Thank you, Carlo. It's my big pleasure to be here, and I'm going to share my screen. It's an honor to be part of this today. I want to begin by recognizing that the 21st century has begun with multiple and repeated crises, from financial meltdown in 2008, which destroyed the livelihoods and security of billions of people worldwide, to the era of climate and ecological breakdown in which we all live, causing fires and floods in countries rich and poor. And now the current moment that we are enduring this year of COVID lockdown, the impact of a global pandemic on the health of everyone worldwide. And what these crises tell us is that we are all deeply interconnected with each other and with the rest of the living world. They tell us that these crises are actually arising from the very systems that we have created, systems that pursue endless expansion of finance, and you get a subprime mortgage collapse, endless expansion of human activity and use of fossil fuel resources, and we break down the stability of our climate. We destroy the web of life, endless expansion of humanity into areas of wildlife and constant travel by airplane, and we create a global health pandemic. So we need to reimagine what human prosperity looks like in the 21st century in a vision that doesn't depend on endless expansion everywhere. And so for this, I want to offer you a conception that actually tackles these sharp inequalities we see of gender and of race, of wealth and power, these inequalities of global south and global north. And so I offer you a donut. It is, as Carlos says, the only one that actually turns out to be good for us. So think of this as a compass for the 21st century. The goal is to leave nobody in the hole in the middle of the donut, falling short on the essentials of life. That's where people don't have the food and water and healthcare, housing, political voice, income and work equality that every person has a claim to. I can say that because I have crowdsourced these 12 social dimensions from the world's governments. They are the social priorities of the Sustainable Development Goals. So every government in the world has already agreed that every person in the world has a claim to meeting these essentials. Leave no one in the hole. Get everybody over that social foundation. But at the same time, we must not overshoot that outer ring, the ecological ceiling, because there we put so much pressure on Earth's life-supporting systems that we break them down. We destabilize the climate. We destroy the web of life. We create a hole in the ozone layer. We create ocean acidification. And these are the 9 planetary boundaries that have been recognized only for just a decade as the critical life-supporting systems that make this living planet a uniquely hospitable planet for life as is known in the universe. We'd be pretty crazy to destroy those conditions for life. So the goal here is to meet the needs of all people within the means of the living planet. And suddenly humanity's aim isn't endless expansion, it's thriving in balance, a bit like a heartbeat, which is how a living system thrives. If we're going to thrive in balance, though, the challenge is that we are so far from balance right now. And all of the red in this image shows you the extent to which humanity is falling short and already an overshoot. So in the middle there, the red is the extent of human deprivation on food, for example. That little red wedge goes 11% of the way towards the center of the circle, because 11% of people worldwide do not have enough food to eat every day. But you can see on every one of those social dimensions, there is extreme human deprivation. And it's happening in countries predominantly in the world's poorest countries, but also there's deprivation in the midst of plenty in the world's richest countries. So we must eliminate all of that red from the middle of the circle. But we must do it while already coming back within planetary boundaries. We've overshot the boundary on climate, on biodiversity loss, on excessive fertilizer use, on land conversion. So I say this is humanity's 21st century selfie. This is a portrait of us, the human beings who are alive on this planet in these early days of the 21st century. And we are the first generation to see the extent of shortfall and overshoot at the same time. So why would we expect last century's economic theories and governmental policies and business models to turn this around. They won't. They weren't designed to solve this challenge. We need to come with new economic theories and policies and business models of our own that are fit for our times to turn this story around. And in 2020, we know this is the beginning of a critical decade in which we must halve global carbon emissions, in which we must begin to restore and regenerate the living systems of Earth, in which we must strive to meet those social goals of the Sustainable Development Goals. So this year is a crucial beginning to turning this story around and enabling our grandchildren, every one of us listening now, our grandchildren, to ask us when they are the age we are now, did you know? And what did you do once you knew? So this picture I'm showing you, this humanity selfie, is a global portrait of humanity now. But let's bring it down to the very different story in different nations. And here are 3 countries across the range. So let me start with Rwanda. We can see that Rwanda is massively falling short on meeting people's essential needs. There's a lot of red deprivation in the middle of that circle, but it's not overshooting its pressure on any of those planetary boundaries. The people of Rwanda are living well within their share of planetary boundary. In the middle, we've got Brazil. Like many countries, it's partly falling short and already in overshoot. So it's got the double whammy of meeting people's needs and already coming back within planetary boundaries. And then I have the US, a country that, because it's got a very high income per capita, $63,000 per person, we'd expect was easily meeting the essential needs of all its people, but still it's not because of inequalities, even in the world's richest countries, but massively overshooting its pressure on the planet. By the way, that big red overshoot is true for every high income nation. If you want to see a story of a country that's closer than most to achieving the donut, it's Vietnam, still falling short on meeting its people's needs, but only slightly in overshoot of its pressure on the planet. So this begins to give us hope that it might be possible for all countries to aim for this. Now, here's 150 nations. And the goal is to get to that sweet spot where the donut is, where we meet the needs of all people, but do so coming back within the means of the living planet. And as you can see, there is not a single country that can say it's there. And this is why I believe we are all developing countries now. Not one country in the world can hold up its hand and say we're developed. So I invite everybody in this conversation to catch yourself the next time you say developed countries. I don't think there are any. We all need the humility and ambition to transform this journey. Think of the world's lowest income countries today, which are very far from meeting their people's needs, but simultaneously putting almost no pressure on the planet. How can they take a journey towards getting into the donut on a pathway that has never been taken before them? Because every country before them has pursued well-being while overshooting planetary boundaries. So how can they take an uncharted path? Is there a leapfrog opportunity? Then think of the countries that have that double whammy of needing to meet people's needs for the very first time while already coming back within planetary boundaries. Many of these are called the world's emerging economies. How can they devise new policies and business models and pursue a new vision that will take them in a direction that too has never been traveled before? And then let's come to the high income countries, the world's richest countries that have always liked to say that they're developed, but I think they need to remove that word now and take on a humility, because this too demands an unprecedented journey of transformation, meeting all of their people's needs for the first time while coming massively back within planetary boundaries. It's never been done. It's a new journey, and it requires new vision, new ambition, and new policies. And then let's remember, lastly, these countries are not all living totally separate realities. These stories are deeply interconnected through history and through power, through the history of colonialism, of high-income countries in occupying and extracting from many of today's low-income countries, a history of structural adjustment, policies imposed in the 1980s upon those lower income countries, which have actually in many ways locked them out of pursuing the well-being that they want. As current stories of debt, enduring debt that is almost unpayable, and trade rules that are skewed in the favor of the world's richest countries. Stories of resource extraction and modern day foreign direct investment and multinational companies extracting resources from the world's lower income countries, and then the impacts of climate change, which are largely created by the world's richest countries, are falling, as we know, hardest and first on the world's poorest. So there are deep inequalities between countries too. So I'm going to stop there and invite a conversation of what it would mean for countries in all of these positions to transform their domestic positions, but also transform the relationships between them so that every country can get on the track to meeting the needs of all within the means of the planet. And that way we bring ourselves into the donut sweet spot. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kate. That was, again, once more, very eloquent. And the image of the selfie of the word is impressed into my head. And the sentence that you say, how can you possibly not act once you understand and know this? If we look back, if we go forward in history and we see the question that our future generation will ask us back, they knew, and what did they do? Well, I want to be part of that history that did something, and did something through the economy of Francesco. And thanks, Kate, again. Can I invite John to come forward with your video, John? And Kate, I will see you again in a few minutes. John, indeed, where Kate left us was in a moment of saying, well, we've got here because there are things that have happened in the past, and those things are not necessarily were positive or good things that brought us to where we are. And you have been part of that history in different ways. Thank you for being with us and sharing with us your perspective of where we can go from here, given what the past has been.
Well, thank you, Carlo. And Kate, that was magnificent. Thank you. I've been a great fan of your work for some time, and I love what you're doing. And I have to say that I have experienced all of that. In fact, those things that on the last part of that slide where you talked about the things that we've done, the structural adjustment policies and the extraction and the debt and so on and so forth, that was my job as an economic hitman, was to saddle countries with all of those things that have created the situation that we have today. And indeed, we are all developing countries. And I think what we can boil this down to, I'm a macroeconomist basically, and to look at the world that we've created, that my job created, that our generation created, is what we can call a death economy. And economists are increasingly using that term. It's an economic system that has exactly created that graph where nobody gets to the right place. A death economy is an economic system that is consuming itself into extinction, that's using up in the short term the resources it needs for the long term, that's based to a large degree on warfare or the threat of warfare, big industry around war. It's an economic system that's driven by one goal, really, and that is to maximize short-term profits for corporations and to maximize personal consumption for people who can afford it and let the rest of the world fall apart, basically. And that's where we've got this chart. But so we've got these the countries that have maximized their profits the most. You had up there in that high corner of the chart where the United States is, and many of the countries that have high income, the high per capita income countries, and in the process have destroyed the environment and created all the problems that Kate, you so well identify here, of climate change, of the coronavirus. All of these problems come out of this economic system that's based on short-term maximization of profits. And I have to say, that's new in human history. It's been going on for a couple of centuries. We've been going toward it, but particularly in the post-World War II decades. But if you look at human history as being 250,000 years or so, where we've seen ourselves as human beings on this planet, most all of that time, we've been oriented toward the long term, toward making a better world for our children and grandchildren. Indigenous cultures around the world that I spend a lot of time with these days still have that goal. not the short-term goal. And what they've really created is the area we need to move into now, which we can call a life economy. And that is an economic system that is a renewable resource, that pays people to take on jobs, that pays investors to invest in things that clean up pollution, that mine the plastic that's floating around in the oceans and all the oil that's leaked from oil drilling rigs and gas stations, that regenerate destroyed environments, destroyed forests, destroyed mine pits, destroyed shopping malls, things like that, that pay people to recycle and to create new technologies that don't ravage the earth, but reuse things and do better, even better than we're doing today with solar and wind and creating energy out of the air. There's so much we can do. It's a very, very exciting time. And all it takes is basically a change of that goal from the short-term maximization of material things, of profits and material consumption, to long-term benefits for people and the planet, for nature. Exactly, that will take us up to that sweet spot on your graph that Vietnam seems to be as close as anybody, which is very interesting when you think of the Vietnam War that I so arduously tried to avoid being in and did avoid being in. So we move toward that life economy. And I would just add that I have great hope that this program that you're doing and the whole message of the Pope and this economy that we're talking about here, that the Pope has so beautifully envisioned, and many people are talking about, there's a change going on around the world. We're in a consciousness revolution. I have the pleasure that I'm blessed to be able to travel around the world when there's no pandemic and now to do it virtually, speaking at many, many different places in many different countries, from huge economic conferences in Russia and China and Kazakhstan to rock concerts in the Czech Republic and so on. And everywhere I go, I find that people are waking up to the fact we must change. People know that we're living on a very fragile space station, the Earth, and we humans are the pilots. And we've been piloting the space station toward disaster. So now we know we've got to reboot that. And people are talking about benefit corporations, B corporations, at least in the United States, that's the term that's being used. The green economy, the Green New Deal, conscious capitalism. And so we've been moving in that direction. And I think this virus, this pandemic, I think we need to look at it as a medicine. It's a medicine that's a tough one to swallow, but it's taking us into a new recognition that we have a global problem. You know, we've been experiencing these once in 100-year events for every year or so for several years now, the hurricanes and fires, but we've seen those as local. If I survive a hurricane, the outside world will come to my rescue eventually, soon, pretty soon. But now we've seen that the problem is
Sorry to interrupt you. I want to ask you a question. Do you think there are modern versions of economic hitman today that we have to be very careful right now, where we want to design a new economy and we want to level up the opportunities for everybody, and countries could be still attracted by dangerous proposals, let's say, from other countries?
Absolutely, Carlo. You know, every corporation today, every major international corporation has its equivalent of economic hitman. In my day, we were kind of generic. We were working to create, you know, more prosperity for whatever corporation happened to get the job. But today, Nike has them, and Monsanto has them, and every major company has economic hitmen promoting their companies. And also, we've got China coming along, and I think we've got to remember China's economic hitmen, and I've met some of them. I've seen their work a lot. I spent a lot of time in Latin America, where they're where they're being very successful. They've learned from our mistakes. They've learned that you mustn't build military bases on someone else's soil. You use trade to move forward. So yes, that is definitely happening. But I think that also creates an opportunity. The idea of the New Silk Road, China's New Silk Road, we can look at that as a way of China exploiting the world, which is a real possibility, and it's happening. It's happening in Africa and Latin America especially. Or we can look at it as a way of building a true communication system throughout the world, and really working toward this life economy, helping all countries understand if everybody is working toward the life economy, we all go up into that sweet spot on the graph where we do balance the environment. So we give people jobs, they have good health care, they have good food, shelter, et cetera, and they're also helping the environment. So there's two factors. In any revolution, there's always a pushback by the status quo, and their economic hitmen are out there pushing back very, very hard right now. But I think, you know, as we wake up, programs like this, your students will have a major role in how we move forward and produce our own means of pushing back against the economic hitmen.
Much, John. And I'd like to invite you and Kate now to listen to some of the proposals that our life economists have prepared to move forward. So I'm going to quickly share some slides that will help us with that. And I would like to call Karen and Jan with us on video to help us with that. So this is why we believe we are all developing countries. Here is the picture of the world. And now we also recognize that these countries are different. So if we take the bottom left corner, these are countries that are hardly harming the planet, but they are struggling in meeting the social needs. What kind of proposals have we prepared for them? I would like to hear from Karen. A domestic policy and an international policy that those type of countries would embrace.
We feel that there is a lot of international condescension towards the poor and even the educated middle class, especially in these countries with low GDP per capita. So this results in a lot of exhortations, handouts, and schemes that often perpetuate existing inequalities and nepotism. Instead, what we believe that many disadvantaged people lack is access to education. Therefore, we speak to national ministries of education and training, suggesting they make economics education, both financial and entrepreneurial, part of the curriculum starting from secondary school. And the education offered should demonstrate reciprocity, relationships, and community, emphasizing both financial and social profit. Second, the Economy of Francesco visualizes gift-giving businesses that create value for stakeholders while being sustainable and just. We propose that international agencies set up hubs across the world. There could be at least one hub per million people. These hubs would specifically incubate new gift-giving businesses and connect entrepreneurs with local and international businesses. They could also be sites of sharing best practices and be observatories where people can understand how a gift-giving vision can actually be transformed into tangible organizational structures, practices, and culture, and how short-term financial profit can be an instrument, but not an end in business. Thank you.
Thank you. And then, if we look at the bottom right of the graph, we have countries that are already harming the planet and also not meeting the social needs. What proposal do we have for them?
Thank you, Carlo, for having me. Thanks, Karen, for these valuable points. And I'm presenting here such countries as Brazil, Argentina, or Ukraine. And it's a vivid example that we do have profits, but still our social development stay low. And we explain this paradox mainly by significant capital outflows due to globalized trade and finance. Our export for years stays limited to low value-added commodities, and government debts are soaring, national currencies are depreciating. Therefore, to resolve this, we are looking into a bunch of policies that will, first of all, keep added value inside national borders, then secondly, accumulate these funds among regional peers, and finally, reinvest them to restructure our economies toward the down. On domestic level, that implies capital controls to ensure that export revenues do not leak to tax havens, and or financial market regulations to ensure national currency strength. And at the same time, on the regional level, that should be accompanied by monetary, fiscal, and exchange rate policy coordination among neighborhood trade partners. And when that is achieved, a region can start strategic planning and investments according to donut KPIs. So to sum up, our main suggestion is to establish a set of civic institutions on both local and regional level. Together, they will hold governments accountable to all these policies and create regional synergy to eventually build the donut economy.
And then, thank you, Jan. If we go up on the top right corner of the graph, we have the countries that today we call developed countries that are meeting the social needs. However, at what cost for the planet? What can we suggest to them?
Hi, everyone. I'm Sergio. I represent the more wealthy countries, the third cluster is what we call them. So for our group of countries, we noticed that because of how interconnected they are, a lot of our domestic policies kind of touch face with our international policies. So both of these policies, I think, will have big effects both domestic and internally. So for our domestic policy, we noticed that there's a growing trend in our countries in consumption patterns, and that's that people are starting to care about how products are produced and how they affect workers and the environment. The problem is that there's no transparent, easy way to digest any of this information, so people often ignore it. So for our countries, we propose a policy designed to make this information more available through something like a sustainable facts label that will be added to labels of products and advertisements. This will be sort of like nutrition facts, but with scores on an index with respect to production, worker conditions, environmental impact, and predatory lending. This could be linked to a QR code that gives more information, kind of like a stock price with respect to these issues. We think with this information, individuals can cut excessive harmful consumption and make purchases that are more in line with their values, that are more sustainable and helpful for the rest of the world, and at least help us identify what the problems are. For our international policy, we propose expansive knowledge sharing through international university partnerships from wealthy countries to less wealthy countries. So instead of NYU and Florence, we're thinking like NYU and Afghanistan or something. So in the modern economy, wealthy countries are staying wealthy through the knowledge economy, through research and tech. And so if we really want other countries to climb up, we have to be able to share that. So instead of valuable information like COVID vaccines, healthcare, green technology, debt management practices, and best education practices staying in wealthy countries, this should be available to all. And so we think this could be done through university partnerships that are truly cooperative, where partnerships are on equal terms, where faculty, labs, students, research decision-making patents will be shared and supported, so helpful information is available to all.
Thank you. And the Economy of Francesco was structured around 12 villages to start thinking what are the areas of the economy that we want to influence, that we want to have a voice for, that we want to change. And so now we want to propose one big idea for each of those villages that can help the world moving forward with the Economy of Francesco, and indeed also get closer into the donut. So we start with work and care. And thank you, Tracy, for helping us with explaining this one.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Tracy Freiberg. I am in New York City, and I am a member of the Work and Care Village. So the Work and Care Village designed our proposal around the idea of decent work, which is the Sustainable Development Goal number 8, and the identification of certain megatrends affecting today's workers and caregivers, namely globalization, automation, ecological overconsumption, and inequality. Each megatrend simultaneously presents an opportunity and a threat to workers and caregivers everywhere. Going forward, we encourage a more global, evidence-driven approach to research, addressing the threat to human autonomy and to ensure the future of wealth and care. Actions and policies include, but are not limited to, social protections, especially for Indigenous populations, enabling work-life balance, education and vocational training. This can be used as a tool for inclusion, sharing digital technologies and collaborative systems, not-for-profit organization and design, paid family and sick leave for everyone, and universal basic income.
Thank you so much. Ngan, what can you tell us about finance and humanities?
Hello, everyone. Looking at the screen now, you see there's a code in a banknote from Dalai Lama. And this is also resonate our group message. Finance should be at the service for humanities. So to evoke that, we need to promote ethical finance, incentivize investors on impact investment and entrepreneurs on sustainable innovations. At the same time, we also need to strengthen local markets, support local productions and consumptions so that the global economy will be more resilient in the time of unexpected events, for example, like these pandemics. We also suggest a network to link financial resources to human development initiatives at the local level. With all these measures, we hope to build an economy for the people and bringing all the country closer to the donut. Thank you.
Thank you. Miriam, what about policies and happiness?
So before I start, as you know, me and Mariana, we are from Brazil, and I want to acknowledge what we are passing through and share my love and respect to João Alberto Silveira Freitas, families, and everyone. And I'm here also to represent Policies and Happiness Village, which the work is so needed in the world, and I'm proud to work with. Okay, let's do it. So to start, I would like to ask you all to make an invitation to everyone here to go together to a very special place. And for that, I would like to invite you to close your eyes for a second and imagine. Imagine a place where everybody, every human, children, family is flourishing and happy, and no one's left behind. A world where we foster rich human relationships and are truly connected and living together with harmony with nature. This is our dream. Together, the Policies and Happiness Village has been learning that for humanity to thrive and be happy, we need public policies that promote the reduction of social inequalities. We need policies that give us the possibility to dream and achieve a balanced relationship with the environment and with each other. For that, our village is working in 3 flourishing projects. One, creating Children's Flourishing Index, incentivizing decision makers to implement evidence-based policies that support children, future generations, and families to flourish by measuring what really matters. 2, creating inclusive maps, that is, innovative maps as a tool for communities to narrate unity in the place of division. 3, deglomerating big cities and fostering vibrant small and medium-sized cities, presenting a new opportunity to build a sustainable future in partnership with nature, a virtuous way to make happiness for all and give new soul to the global economy. The hope is to be in this place, as we imagined before, with our eyes opened. And this is the second invitation that we make to you all, that we co-build this place together. Will you accept our invitation? Thank you.
Thank you. Jean-Claude, life and lifestyle.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, Carol. So it's my honor and a pleasure to be part of the Economy of Francesco and representing my village life and lifestyle. As our proposal is related to sport, allow me to mention that I'm a member of the International Olympic Committee and Leaders Networks. So the power of sport has proved itself in this journey of making our planet a better place. That's why our village is encouraging the governments, organizations, global companies, and investors to promote and support sport, and social business, which are the core of a sustainable health lifestyle and community development. Let me conclude my presentation by highlighting that sport is among area boosters of economy and well-being. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Claude. Anna, what about the CO2 of inequalities?
Thank you, Jean-Claude. Hi, everyone. Well, for CO2 of inequality, we propose to redistribute all advertisement space. Such instruments like taxes and subsidies will help devote at least 30% of it to social content rather than commercials. The media space too often promotes short-term goals, such as increasing profits and consumptions, forgetting about long-term consequences of such behaviors. So, it would be great if media could also be directed to promoting the common good and sustainable growth by increasing awareness of the environment, equality, public health, housing, transport, and needs of vulnerable groups. This policy will help to inspire people worldwide to be more like stakeholders that are responsible to overcome global challenges and adjust their spending and investment patterns to fit the donut. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Natalia, business and peace.
Hi, everyone. So business is often measured their success by financial KPIs, such as profit or capital growth. But what about peace? Can we also deliver peace as an outcome of our work? Peace begins with us, and our peace is linked to others. So my village talks about ways to generate peace by caring for others. How do we be at peace in our business dealings from our cubicle or workstation? We captured in pictures, writings, and all the moments that we think our works bring peace to others, especially those who are vulnerable. We had this posted on our office walls so we can be reminded of our duty to be agents of peace, even in the course of doing business. And this way, every time we see these walls, we say to people with our gaze, peace I give you, my peace I leave you.
Thank you. Anna Maria, business in transition.
Thank you. So speaking as a representative of Business in Transition Village, I would like us to think again a little bit about our three donut groups of countries and corporate sustainability. So when we look at different countries' sustainability rankings, we see that countries like Sweden, Norway, New Zealand, Canada are very much at the top, while countries like Pakistan, Venezuela, Zimbabwe, Nigeria are at the very bottom. And at the same time, the total amount of companies registered worldwide exceeded 200 millions, out of which 6 millions is registered in Zimbabwe, over 1 million register in Nigeria, and only 300,000 of companies registered in Norway or New Zealand. So when we talk about businesses, we can't forget that we talk about people. And each company, big or small, is someone's life. It's someone's job, but it's also someone's dignity. It's someone's health. It's fresh air or polluted water and icy rains. And having others in our hearts and in our minds as Business in Transition Village, we would like to call for a decisive transition towards a true corporate sustainability, which will be based on regenerative business models, especially in the countries which can afford more than just doing something good, some good for people, or doing no harm for the planet. We need businesses which will give back significantly more than they got, and which will be redistributive. And having all this in mind, and to reach this goal, the companies should be incentivized to do so by either preferential tax treatments or by being given free access to the knowledge and technology they need. Thank you.
Thank you. I start imagining the world that we all want, and we have 5 more proposals. Danielle, Women for Economy.
Hi, I'm Danielle, and I want you to repeat after me, please. $1 for him and $0.8 for her. $1 for him and $0.8 for her. My twin brother used to take $1 and I used to take 0.8. That's how I was raised, not by my family, but by our society. For that reason, my co-workers in the village are proposing an educational intervention that starts at an early age and it's designed according to the need of target groups. And my team is creating a label to certify companies that are committed toward gender pay equality and equality in family leave. By developing these ideas, I will be allowed to dream that my son will learn to say $1 for me and $1 for her, and my daughter will find someone that will tell her, you deserve this $1. Thank you.
Thank you, Danielle. Karen, management and gift.
I address large national and multinational organizations and international agencies like the ILO because your practices and conventions institutionalize management paradigms in organizations. Current human resource management, HRM, still perpetuates an unfair exchange in which, as you can see in the diagram, an organization accrues far more benefits than the employee. Research connected with our village examined HRM-related actions of around 200 national governments and 600 large companies. This research captured the new perspectives we have gained during the pandemic about institutional characteristics and HRM philosophy, exploitative HRM, virtual work, organizational productivity, and employee work-life balance. While the research is currently ongoing, it enables us to offer a new management model. In the end, the research can specify tangible changes in HRM practices that serve as a gift to employees while creating economic value for organizations, the balanced scale. While this will no doubt benefit employees, it will equip organizations to deal with future unpredictable economic and social crises. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have 2 more to go, 3 in fact. Mariana, energy and poverty.
Hi everyone, thank you very much. I am Mariana Reis Maria from Brazil, representing the Energy and Poverty Village here. First of all, as Miriam said, as a Brazilian, we will reinforce the memory of João Alberto Silva Freitas, brutally murdered by racism in Brazil. We, as a village, propose nationally job market plans inside what we call a social Green Deal, no one left behind, to absorb and qualify people disregarded by the energy transition in this digitalization of the economy. This must be an important point of the energy transition inside the donut because of the unemployment, elevated social cost, and we require a large amount of public financial support. This could be addressed by a job guarantee program or a basic income policy or policies combined. Also, the qualification and reintroduction of labor force into the job market through greener activities is a vital point. We as a village commit ourselves to analyze and compare possible policies inside an integral ecology approach to the donut. Thank you very much, Kay and John.
Thank you. Daniele, agriculture and justice.
Hi, Carlo. Hi, everybody, and thanks. It's an honor for me to represent the Agriculture and Justice Village. A fair price to reconcile the human, environmental, and economic sustainability in agriculture. A crucial topic for the Agriculture and Justice Village regards rural workers' exploitation, mostly migrants in many Western countries, that is strictly related to the matter of a true and fair price of agri-food products. During these months within the Agriculture and Justice Village, we have been working to find solutions regarding trade-offs arising from this complex system of interest by developing, first, a research for the economic definition of a true price of agri-food products, including positive and negative externalities. And second, a multi-stakeholder and interinstitutional network to protect farmhands and producers' rights by elaborating an international framework to be then implemented in different territories according to their specificities and to the good practices and initiatives carried out in each territory. Thanks again, Carlo and everybody.
Thank you, Daniele. We have our last proposal from Vocation and Profit. Evelyn.
Thank you, Carlo. Having experienced this war pandemic, it's proven more than ever that we are all connected and responsible for one another. That's why it needs to be a mindset change to allow donut thinking. For those governments that are in the quest of a different way of doing business, we need to redefine success of companies by reference to being a business with purpose. In that way, business should be seen as a series of relationships serving society and not using society. The starting point is to acknowledge everyone's inner call and be aware of the personal responsibility for one another. Then, finding the purpose of the company beyond maximizing financial profit, the why, the community vocation that builds and improves the social foundations and truly serves the common good. At the same time, searching and understanding profit as financial and social value, allowing people to reach their full potential. That helps to be sustainable and improves people's well-being by doing, for example, meaningful work, and of course, respecting planetary boundaries. This journey produces a personal and environmental transformation that brings a great amount of joy because the quest for the common good is not altruism, it's common sense. It's a way to become truly human. Becoming a company that does business with purpose, it's a journey inside the donut that responds to the cry of the poor and saves the planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And wow, we do want to change the world. We do want to do it through the Economy of Francesco. We are running out of time, and time is still such a luxury. I'd like to ask, we literally have 1 minute left. I'd like to ask Kate and John to leave us with your 30 seconds word of encouragement for all of us. Kate.
Thank you so much. I hugely enjoyed hearing those reflections, and a theme that I heard running through all of them is start with the values of the living planet and the regenerative capacity of life. Start with the ethics and purpose of humanity and what is fair. Let's redesign an economic system that is in service to that. A very beautiful and indeed necessary goal. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we hear from John, I would like to ask everybody to put your video on again so we can say a proper goodbye. Thank you. John, a few words from you.
Thank you. That was so deeply, deeply inspiring. All of you are talking about moving into a life economy. And I would just encourage each one of you to go deeper and deeper into this process and make it happen. Make your ideas happen. I am very, very inspired. Thank you for letting me be part of this.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Kate. Thank you to the Life Economist. We are going now into our last part of the program for the Economy of Francesco. Thank you, and see you all for a better world together. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to all villagers.
Ciao. Thank you. Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you to all villagers.
Thank you, Kate. Thank you, John.
Ciao.
It really was an honor. Bye.
Thank you very much to all villagers, Carlo, Kay Raworth, and John Perkins for this wonderful, wonderful session. And now let's listen to Jen Verde with the song Turn Around, a song that is previewed for Economy of Francesco.
Hi, I'm Nancy Ullman, and I'm part of Jen Verde, an international performing arts group made up of 19 women from 14 different countries. We are very happy to participate in the program of the Economy of Francesco, Also because we too want to dedicate our lives to promoting global change and building a more just and fraternal world. That's also the reason why we wrote Turn Around, the new song that we want to present to you now. Inspired by Pope Francis's Laudato Si', it talks about how everything is deeply connected and how urgent it is that we all take action to heal our common home. We often work closely with young people, especially through performing arts workshops. And since so many young people all over the world are on the front lines in the battle to save our planet and give hope to our future, we wanted them to be the special protagonists of this song. Here's Turn Around.
Once I spoke with an astronaut, just came back from the moon with the stars in his eyes. He said out there I learned a lot. Something changes inside when you see the earth rise. Got no boundaries and no walls. That living, breathing ball. Love is underneath it all. Beneath the blue and green, connecting everything. I met a girl, she was very young, yet she spoke burning words with the fire in her eyes. She said, hey, something's really wrong. Deserts grow, people die while the oceans rise. She said, can't you see the urgency? You pretend that you care, then you look away. You are trampling on our hopes and dreams. We can't wait for a change, got to start today. You can feel it in the breeze and touch it in the trees. You hear the waterfall, love is underneath it all. It's running in the fields and swimming in the deep. Beneath the blue and green, connecting everything. Oh, yeah, believe it isn't too late to turn around. Oh, yeah, believe it isn't too late, too late, too late, too late. Come create a spirit, fill us with your love, guide us on the narrow road to heal our common home. You can feel it in the breeze, create a spirit, and touch it in the trees. Fill us with your love, there beneath the blue and green, guide us on the narrow, connecting everything. You can feel it in the breeze, touch it in the trees. You hear the waterfall, love is underneath it all. It's running in the fields, swimming in the deep. Beneath the blue and green, connecting everything. Oh, yeah, believe it isn't too late to turn around. Oh, yeah, believe it isn't too late, too late, too late, too late. Turn, turn around. Time to turn around.
Francis of Assisi is the outstanding example
of care for the vulnerable, and of an integral ecology. I think of the words spoken to him from the crucifix in the little church of San Damiano. "Go, Francis, repair my house, which, as you see, is falling into ruin." The repair of that house concerns all of us and the heart of each individual. Increasingly, it concerns the environment, which urgently demands a sound economy and a sustainable development that can heal its wounds and assure us of a worthy future. Given this urgent need, each one of us is called. Your universities, your businesses, and your organizations are workshops of hope for creating new ways of understanding the economy and progress, for combating the culture of waste, giving voice to those who have none, and for proposing new lifestyles. Only when our economic and social system no longer produces even one single victim, one single person cast aside, will we be able to celebrate the feast of universal fraternity.
Yards for Hope. The Pope says that our companies and university are yards. In the yards, people get their hands dirty. Together they build, develop, brick after brick. They renovate, recover. They take care of everything. First San Damiano, then the Porziuncola, and even small houses are restored with straw, mud, and wood. This is also how the Fraternity of Francis begins, by taking care of the places. Care, day after day, gives body to the love of neighbor, and the world takes on the appearance of an ordered and harmonious creation. The small forest is also cleared, the vegetable garden is cleared, and the part left free for the growth of herbs and wildflowers. It's very beautiful that Francis, the lover of the poor and the last ones, begins by also taking care of the places. It's his cosmic fraternity.
Francis started working with his hands. Human work is also a place where God's presence becomes apparent. It is a place of answers and inner calls for those who work and for those who look at others working. Francis soon understands that the house to be repaired is not only San Damiano. During the concreteness and simplicity of our daily work and study, we can discover an even greater inner call. But the whole world cannot be repaired if we don't take care of the small realities belonging to us. I do not change the economy without changing my company. Francis is also the icon of the method through which society is transformed. Following him today means cultivating the dream and ideal of a new economy while repairing day after day our concrete realities. It is the cure for utopia. It is a prophecy which is always concrete, although it points to something that is not yet realized.
Hi everyone, I'm Samer Sfer. I'm the co-founder and director of ProAbled. What is ProAbled? It's a mindset. Either you see people as disabled or you see them as professionally abled. And this is the whole idea of the project, to support persons with disabilities get into jobs and live in dignity. Of course, this is not easy. We're changing the culture and the mindset of a society. However, it's very rewarding. When you see the transformation in the lives of persons with hearing, visual, or mobility disability, how they change, how they become productive, how their families change, it's very rewarding, and you see the blessing of Jesus in the eyes of those people. I'll leave you with this 1-minute video about ProAbled in a song.
Dear human resources, would you hear me out? Dear human resources, would you hear me out? You think you know me by now. Would you grant me a chance to act? I don't need to prove myself, cause I am a proven fact. Maybe this is fate. We have a high retention rate. We have a lot to prove. Stop us not, we're on the move. We'll perform whatever task. Is that too much to ask? Dear human resources, dear human resources.
Tears stream down your face when you lose something you cannot replace. Tears stream down your face, and tears stream down your face. I promise you I will learn from my mistakes. Tears stream down your face, and lights will guide you home and ignite your bones. I will try to fix you.
During these days, we have gotten to know a little more about Francis of Assisi, his prophecy, and his life. His story was also a story of failure. His ideals were too great to be fully realized, yet this failure has changed the world. There is a Francis of what is not yet, an incomplete Francis who is as interesting as the one we know from history. The house from his calling at St. Damian's has not been entirely repaired. Despite all his love, the work of his own hands, and the efforts of the Franciscan movement for 8 centuries, the house is still in ruins. There are still too many inequalities and injustices. The cry of the poor is still too loud.
His legacy is ours. His alternative economy, that of possessing nothing and of the highest poverty, has not become the economy of the world. The world instead preferred to develop Pietro Bernardone's economy, Cain, who murdered his brother Abel, said he was not his brother's keeper. Francis is the anti-Cain. He is the guardian whose answer to God's question, "Where is your brother?" is, "Here I am. I am the guardian of my brother and of all my brothers and sisters." The first Franciscans saw Francis as the prophet of the end times. What if this were our time, the time of Francis and of his sister Economy?
Dana, for these inspiring readings. Thank you, Tom. Thank you, Loredana, for these inspiring readings. Thank you very much. I want to change my lifestyle and help others to do the same. I want to make the world more ecological. And again, I am very much looking forward and I want to participate in the Economy of Francesco, to share my experiences. These are the words from Mattei and Lily, 2 of the 30 young change makers who responded to the appeal of Pope Francis. They too have worked during these months with the liveliness and intelligence of their age. The next session, entitled "Young Enough to Change the World," was prepared by them. Anna, Maria, we hand it over to you.
Hello, everybody. I'm Anna Maria. Thank you so much for the introduction. And I'm super excited to welcome you all on behalf of our youngest participants. They're all teenagers, change makers, activists from across the world, and they truly believe that they are young enough to change the world. In the next half an hour, I hope that you will see the intensity, the knowledge, the enthusiasm, and the joy with which they have already begun to create the change that they want to see in the world. Looking at everything that's around us, these young people have given their voice, have experienced these inequalities we've talked about, and have gone ahead to try and change it in their own small ways and then into big ones. So without further ado, first up, we have Lily from Thailand, a young activist and change maker who's fighting against plastic use in her country. Let's listen to Lily. Lily, are you here with us? All right, so I'm just going to give the tech team a second to figure out, and we'll soon connect with Lily. In the meantime, though, we have something to get you super prepped. Thank you, Lily. Welcome. Hi, Lily. Could you tell us more about the work you've been doing as a change maker?
So, hello. Sorry for all the technical difficulties, but
I have been doing a lot in terms of my environmental activism throughout maybe 6 years here in Thailand. So I think throughout the 6 years, I've been talking to the government in Thailand and to a lot of policymakers, big brands like Tesco, Lotus, Big C, and other companies in Thailand to stop using single-use plastics and to switch to more sustainable, eco-friendly solutions instead of using plastics. So changing those parts of the world as well.
What inspires you and gives you the courage to go ahead to do this, Lily?
I think the things that inspire me is basically hope for the future, because we all know that the world is not doing so great right now. Therefore, we need to push forward and hope for a better future. So I think that encourages me and sort of motivates me to create a better future for everyone.
So if you had a message for everybody listening, the children as well as the adults, what would it be?
I would say for everybody to think and hope and dream for what they want in the future, and to aspire that and aspire to do that in the future, and to make little goals of their own to better their own communities and better their own families environmentally and also personally, so they could become the change that they need to create in order to make a better world.
Thank you so much, Lily. Thank you for that. Do we have a presentation also?
Yes, I do. I think I'll just share my screen right now.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Can everybody see this? Okay, great. Initiating change in Thailand. So hello, everybody. My name is Lily, and I'm a 13-year-old environmental activist from Thailand. And during these last 6 years, I've been talking to change makers all over the world to better our environment and to create a sustainable future for everyone. And during my last 13 years on this planet, there has been a lot of disruption towards our planet, as well as the CO2 levels rising, and plastic pollution is getting worse every single day. And we are currently facing many of these issues. And these issues have started long before I was even born. And right now they're only getting worse. Therefore, we really need to do something about it. And right now, I'm sure everybody knows about these unprecedented times, and we need to do everything we can to do our best to create solutions for these unprecedented times as well. Everything with COVID in this year to the wildfires that are still happening all over the world. And even in my home country, Thailand, there has been major droughts and pollution going on. And these issues affect everyone in the world, because the environment affects us all, and the earth is what we all have in common. Therefore, we all need to collectively come together to solve these issues. This is the decade of action. This is a start of a new decade, meaning it's a new opportunity to make changes for the world to become better in the next future generations. And I believe 2020 should be a revolution for justice for the earth and equality for human rights, to create a sustainable economy for everyone. And throughout my environmental activism work, I've been trying to achieve these goals in Thailand by actively talking to Thailand's government and by talking to businesses to reduce the amount of single-use plastic they create in everyday life. Because the truth is, every year we throw about 8 million metric tons of trash into our oceans, and this is killing many animals and doing so much harm to our environment. And as a member of the youth, I feel it's extremely important to take care of our environment and to take care of our world, because this is going to be our future in the next couple of years, and this is going to be our home. And I believe everybody wants a habitable home. And as members of this earth, I believe everybody has a responsibility to take care of our earth as well. So what can we do to change our earth for the better and for the next future generations? I would like everybody to think about what they want for the future of this earth and what they can do. Because right now the youth is about 25% of the population, but the truth is we are 100% of the future. So please create a better future for us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lily. That was really great. And I think next up, I'm going to invite Alessandro and his team who's here, and just share the screen in the meantime. Thank you so much, Lily.
Thank you.
All right. So I'd like to know if you guys can see the screen. Sorry.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome here at the Economy of Francesco. After a very brief presentation of our research, we would like you to take part in a quiz on water consumption. So please get ready beforehand by searching on Google kahoot.it, opening the first website you find and inserting the pin you see on the shared screen, and you will be ready to go. So now we can shift to the presentation. I can't see it. Anna Maria, can you please do the share screen of the presentation?
Of the Kahoot itself, right?
No, the presentation, the 3 minutes presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. Can we begin with the Kahoot? I think there's an issue with the presentation.
Okay, for sure.
Going ready. Okay, so I go ahead to share the Kahoot?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Okay, we can wait for the last players and then we can start our Kahoot, I guess. And then afterward we'll do the presentation. It's okay. So I think in like 10 seconds we can start if it's okay for you, Anna Maria. You can start in 10 seconds. You're allowed, guys.
Okay, fantastic. We're almost reaching 200.
Yeah, we can reach and then we
yes.
can start.
Okay, unfortunately, we have to. Fantastic.
Okay, so get ready, guys. 3, 2, 1. We can start. First question, which percentage of people lack access to clean water worldwide? 7%, 12.5%, 25%, or 50%? You still have 10 seconds to answer, so there's time, don't worry. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay. The right answer was 12.5%. So we can go ahead with the questions. Okay, Charlie's first up to now. Very good. We can continue. Question number 2. How many people die every day from waterborne disease worldwide? Almost 1,000, almost 2,500, almost 5,000, or almost 7,500. Okay, you have still 5 seconds. Okay, the right answer was almost the legal one. Okay. R is first right now. Very good. So next question. How many liters of water does it take to produce 1 liter of beer? We have 1 to 2 liters, 4 to 5 liters, 10 to 11 liters, or 20 to 21 liters. And you have still 10 seconds to answer this. Okay, the right answer was 4 to 5. R is still first on our scoreboard. We can go ahead. Okay.
The next question is, how many liters of water does it take to produce an hamburger? A, 840, B, 1,560, C, 3,080, and D, 5,720. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Sophie is in the lead. The question is, in which part of the world people are less likely to have access to clean drinking water? A, South America, B, Africa and South Asia, C, Europe, or D, the Caribbean? 10 seconds left. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. The correct answer was Africa and South Asia. Sophie is still in the lead. The next question is, what is the main cause of unsafe drinking water? A, fecal waste, B, bacteria, C, contamination, or D, pesticides? You have 11 seconds to answer. 5 seconds left. The correct answer was fecal waste, A. Maggie is in the lead now.
We can now go ahead. Which percentage of the arable land in Africa is properly irrigated? 40%, 25%, 15%, and 5%. Go and make your guesses. Still 5 seconds left.
A lot of people are answering. Perfect. Fantastic.
Okay, fantastic. So Maggie is first. Well done, Maggie. Let's go ahead. This is the last question, last chance to win. Which message Pope Francis expresses in his Laudato Si? Green Revolution, Cultural Revolution, Social Revolution, all of this.
I think this one is quite easy, but...
It's quite easy, yes, not a trick. Still 5 seconds.
Okay.
Okay. Let's see the podium. So at the 3rd place, Will, well done. 2nd place, 7 out of 8, Maggie, well done still. And 1st place, let me see who's got Forced Air. Well done, all of you guys. You did a really nice job. Anna Maria, did you...
Can we now share the presentation?
Oh, thank you very much.
Fantastic, fantastic. So, right after we found out more than 1 year ago that Pope Francis wanted to launch this global gathering addressed to young people who want to change the economy of tomorrow, our economics professor, Mr. Polimeni, asked us if we wanted to work on a research project on water conservation. And me, Carla, and Martina responded excitedly. So, next slide. But who are we? My name is Alessandro Cervi-Gambaro, and together with Martina Sampietro and Carlo De Vecchi, we are 3 high school students from Collegio San Carlo in Milan, Italy. Next, please. And what triggered our interest in water-related issues? Well, the simple fact that our country, Italy, and our hometown, Milan, are far from being perfect in terms of water consumption. Italy has the second highest per capita abstraction of fresh water in Europe, and our hometown, Milan, has one of the highest per capita domestic water consumption levels in Europe, as well as the highest per capita consumption of plastic water bottles, and the lowest total charges for water consumption among major European cities. Next.
In addition, we want to follow the play of Pope Francis that a true ecological conversion implies a cultural revolution, which also means drastically changing our personal lifestyle. Next slide, please. Therefore, we decided to conduct an empirical research on water consumption habits under the supervision of our Prof. Giulio Polimeni. That resulted in a 15-page paper that is available under request to everyone that might be interested. Next slide, please.
So, our paper is mainly comprised of two sections. The first one is the analysis of statistics on water consumption habits in the city of Milan, with a particular focus on waste and the social costs associated with it. Second of all, results of a survey we conducted within our school community, 450 respondents, aimed at discovering the habits towards water preservation in their households. Go ahead, Will, thank you. What about the conclusion? How we use water in our homes can make a difference. Families in our community showed, in general, a conscientious attitude towards water conservation, although there are some differences across action taken or not taken inside the home. Small and large households seem to be less virtuous than medium-sized households. It is very important to continue increasing awareness in a city like Milan, where water consumption is out of line. We will continue our efforts in the direction of fostering a new and stronger sensitivity towards a better use of water resources. Thank you all for listening and for playing our Kahoot. And I would like to thank in particular our Professor Polimeni, who gave us this opportunity to appear in this international online event. And I would like to thank as well all the group that worked behind us. So all the young activists who helped us to prepare in particular the Kahoot version, as well as our school Collegio San Carlo. Thank you all very much for listening.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you guys so much. I think if I have one word, it's mind-blowing, the amount of research that has gone to it. And this is what I meant by the intensity with which we have presentation. Next up, I'm going to call Raisa from Brazil, who's going to quickly show us another amazing thing that this group has put together. So they have created an application with all these projects that you guys are going to hear about and that you just heard about. Raisa, could you take us through it?
Thank you, Ana Maria. Hi, everybody. I'm here to tell that we made application to show all of our projects that we made in Economy of Francesco and all of there. So you can scan this QR code in the screen and download the application. Unfortunately, it just works on Android, on cell phones and tablets, but you can download the app and there you will find a little explication about our projects and our social medias to contact us and some news about the event and our projects.
Thank you so much, Raisa. So I hope you guys can go ahead and check out the QR code. You can look at all their projects. And this is what I meant by their attention to detail and how hands-on it is. And we're going to listen to some of these projects and the youngsters behind them. So I invite, stay tuned.
Thank you.
Intergenerazionale e internazionale. Il nostro mondo deve combattere una crisi economica e sociale, i cambiamenti climatici, la crescente disuguaglianza e altri problemi alimentati da strutture economiche ingiuste e cattive politiche. ma ci sono persone in tutto il mondo che credono nello sviluppo umano, che lavorano per cambiare le regole e che chiedono giustizia. Così Prophetic Economy ha dato l'opportunità a queste persone di incontrarsi, di condividere la parte più bella delle loro realtà e di scoprire che non sono soli. Così Carlo Petrini dicevano giovani e non solo. Questa economia deve lasciare spazio ad un'economia che ponga al centro la persona, la comunità, il bene comune e quindi il pianeta.
Grazie al primo Prophetic Economy abbiamo capito che non eravamo soli e che insieme potevamo cambiare qualcosa. Quindi abbiamo deciso di fare altri Prophetic Economy per sensibilizzare altre persone e fare qualcosa di concreto per salvare il nostro pianeta. Perché le parole non bastano, servono anche le azioni.
Prophetic Economy è stato l'inizio di un processo che mi ha insegnato ad ascoltare il grido dei poveri e il grido della terra. Ho imparato ad osservare le contraddizioni nella mia città e ho imparato ad ascoltare attentamente la vita, le parole della gente, perché lì comincia la conoscenza e perché lì comincia il vero cambiamento.
Prima di Prophetic Economy ero già a conoscenza di queste tematiche, ma non sapevo cosa fare di concreto. Grazie a Prophetic Economy ho capito cosa potevo fare per essere partecipe di questo cambiamento.
Ciò che mi ha colpito di più di questa giornata di Prophetic Economy Young è stato sicuramente il dialogo intergenerazionale con persone più grandi di noi e quindi siamo venuti a conoscenza delle loro esperienze e di quanto effettivamente loro pongano la loro fiducia nei nostri confronti. D'altronde noi ragazzi siamo il futuro della nostra società e del mondo, quindi spetta a noi fare una vera rivoluzione se vogliamo il cambiamento.
In questi ultimi anni l'economia è diventata sempre più consumista e individualista e Prophetic Economy mi ha aiutato a capire che bisogna fare qualcosa, è necessario, perché un'economia deve essere circolare e deve essere a disposizione di tutti e non solo per pochi a discapito di molti, e quindi mi riporterò sempre dietro questo pensiero.
Prophetic Economy, l'economia del futuro, ma soprattutto del presente. Siamo giovani, ma questo non vuol dire che non possiamo cambiare l'economia e soprattutto il mondo. Questo è quello che mi porto appunto da Prophetic Economy, che è stato un momento in cui abbiamo condiviso tante esperienze anche con gli adulti e con altri ragazzi come noi.
Prophetic Economy è stata una bella esperienza, ma non è stato altro che l'inizio di una svolta che è avvenuta in molte persone che ci hanno partecipato. Ha acceso in noi un processo di cambiamento che ognuno ha proiettato nella propria quotidianità. La nostra vita l'abbiamo cambiata migliorando le nostre abitudini, consapevoli che si parte da piccoli gesti. Siamo diventati più sensibili, imparando ad informarci, più consapevoli che noi ragazzi possiamo essere partecipi del cambiamento di questa economia. Ci ha invogliato a partecipare a eventi che possano valorizzare le nostre proposte e fare reti con nuovi amici per superare insieme queste sfide.
Abbiamo raccolto questa sfida di un mondo fame zero entro il 2030. Ma come riuscirci? Come raggiungere più persone e diffondere questo nuovo stile di vita?
Ci rendiamo conto che è una meta molto alta, proprio per questo ci siamo messi in gioco con tutti noi stessi.
Usiamo la testa, informiamoci e studiamo. Andiamo a leggere le testate locali, nazionali e internazionali, perché la fame del mondo la possiamo scoprire anche accanto a casa nostra, magari nel nostro comune, e noi siamo ciechi, non ce ne accorgiamo. Quindi impegniamoci, mettiamoci tutti noi stessi per informarci bene e solo in questo modo possiamo promuovere la cultura del dare.
Ascoltiamo con il cuore il grido di chi soffre, sensibilizzando prima di tutto noi stessi e quanto abbiamo intorno. Spieghiamo ai nostri amici, compagni di classe, parenti e conoscenti il tema fame zero e facciamoci promotori di questo stile di vita.
Vogliamo essere promotori di pace accogliendo le diversità, senza invidiare e imparare a non rubare oggi per non rubare domani.
Apriamo le mani al dono e all'accoglienza. Impegniamoci ad evitare ogni tipo di spreco, incominciando da quello che ho nel piatto. Guardiamoci attorno e vediamo dove le nostre mani possono essere utili in un servizio.
Ma c'è una regola che può sintetizzare tutto il nostro impegno. È la regola d'oro, presente in tutte le grandi religioni e condivisa da tutte le persone di buona volontà. Fai agli altri ciò che vorresti fosse fatto a te.
Il mondo si è impegnato a raggiungere fame zero entro il 2030. Possiamo riuscirci solo se agiamo adesso. Unisciti a noi!
Hi everybody, I'm Simona, I'm 17. I, with the other guys, decided to create the artistic group for the meeting because we believe that joy and creativity are some features of us, young people. We decided to involve also the Rulli Frulli band, an inclusive band that use also some recycled materials to their instrument. We worked with the master of this band and we are very happy for the job and also so proud because we work together and losing our first idea, but to create a great and more wonderful experience. Bye!
While has hey everybody, and I think the intensity and the joy, the enthusiasm, everything, all of their actions and their words spoken itself for itself. This is an invitation from them to all of us to be part of this process, to join them as they change the world, giving them the equal spaces to voice their opinions, to be part of this change and to go along with them. Thank you so much for joining in with us. And we have a quick hello from the many, many faces behind this event.
Thank you, everybody. Bye.
Ciao, grazie. Thank you for coming.
Thank you all.
Thank you for joining us.
Gracias.
Bye.
Hello and goodbye from Thailand. Thank you everybody for coming.
Ciao a tutti, grazie.
Thank you for everything and goodbye from Slovakia.
Greetings from Varese. Thank you. Ciao.
Ciao a tutti, grazie.
Bye from Brazil. Thanks for watching us.
Ciao, grazie.
Bye.
Bye bye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you very much, guys. It was amazing, an amazing moment. And now we go to Paraguay to listen to Reciclado Orchestra. It got that name because all the instruments these kids play are made with materials found in the trash. The young musicians in this orchestra have performed around the world. Listen to them, and thank you very much.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Fabio Chávez, soy el director de la Orquesta de Instrumentos Reciclados de Cateura. Le damos la bienvenida a la comunidad de Cateura, donde está instalado el basural más grande de Paraguay. En este lugar hacemos música con la basura que llega a la comunidad.
It's the biggest rubbish tip in Paraguay. I'm Brother Baldo from this community. I'm a Franciscan.
Aquí en esta comunidad del otro lado, un lugar que se llama Yucutú, donde estamos trabajando gracias al apoyo de la orquesta.
Hermano, ¿qué le parece si invitamos a
We're supporting this orchestra, which is made of recycled instruments, and come into our house and you can see the surprise we prepared for you.
Queremos enviarles este saludo musical a
I want
todos
to
ustedes
send you this musical greeting
donde transformamos la basura
to
en
you
música.
in Paraguay too, where we've transformed rubbish into music. I want to dedicate this to the Pope, and this is by an Argentine composer, which is called Libertango. Combination of the words of libertà and tango.
Thank you guys for your energy, your stories, and important ideas. Let's continue to work together and build the economy of Francesco.
For this,
We are coming to the end of these 3 truly extraordinary days. We will soon hear the message that Pope Francis has prepared for us. But first, we still have some time to be together. We want to take this opportunity to thank you in a very special way to the Franciscan families, the Cittadella Pro Civitate Cristiana, and the Shrine of the Renunciation, the press office of the Sacro Convento of Assisi, for having collaborated with the organizing committee in carrying out the event, and the media of the Vatican News for sharing the online transmission. We also thank all those who have contributed to financially supporting the event and the process leading up to the Economy of Francesco. Alma Laurea, Maria Madre de la Providencia Onlus Association, Banca Etica Group, Mediolanum Bank, EON, Fundraiser for Passion, G Group, Abacus, Ubu Bank. And we thank in a special way Feder Case for supporting the technical part of this event. We would also like to thank some private individuals who have very generously helped to found the Economy of Francesco. In particular, the Ferrucci family from Italy and Koen van Roysel from Belgium. Of course, it will be impossible to recognize everyone who helped make this event possible by name. However, every contribution is important. Thank you with all our hearts.
And now back to the program. Dear friends, are you there? Of course you are. We can see you. There are so many. Right, Jenna?
Right. A lot of people have been following us in these days from all over the globe, maybe even more than we expected. But I have a feeling that some of those who are following us right now have just arrived.
Welcome aboard the Economy of Francesco flight and non-stop service to any economy. At this time, make sure your seatbelts and tray tables are in their full upright position and that your seatbelt is correctly fastened. Your portable electronic devices must be on.
A little over a year ago, the Economy of Francesco began this journey with young economists, entrepreneurs, and change makers from all over the world. Thousands of them packed their bags with enthusiasm and commitment. From the first yes, we started what we have called a process of change towards a more just, inclusive, and sustainable economy. Our itinerary had the first stop scheduled for March in Assisi, and although many of us had one foot on the plane, the pandemic made us miss our flight, but not our direction.
This is a time of silence, respect, solidarity, sympathy, unity, and care.
Quando a emergência acabar, ainda estaremos comprometidos em construir nosso futuro.
Insieme.
We made more stops, but enjoyed the ride, some within our own countries. More than 300 preparatory events worldwide, including universities, parishes, businesses, and organizations. Globally, we have undertaken a series of webinars that we have called On-Life Seminars, moving towards a post-COVID world that seeks to think about a different economy, as Pope Francis has asked us to do. One that brings life and not death.
We wish to build a new economy and a new world where no one is left behind. There are inequalities that are related to health, life expectancy, educational attainment, well-being.
One that is inclusive and not exclusive.
I really think that market creation can help us to redesign and rethink a different way of finance, can be more resilient and more inclusive.
Humane and not dehumanizing.
How to organize the economy of care or to make policies which can be resilient to a sudden shock in the future, such as this pandemic.
One that cares for the environment and does not despoil it.
What do we mean for ecology? I mean, what is the meaning of ecology according to the Economy of Francesco world? And again, what will involve this conversion?
We have not been left stranded. We have been hosted in 12 thematic villages that challenge conventional economic thinking. We're more than tourists. We are active citizens with responsibility and a great capacity for dialogue. Our next stop, again, was supposed to be Assisi in November, but we have discovered that our journey has a starting point but not an end. The Economy of Francesco is an ongoing process.
The one word to say today, the word for this moment can be only thank you. Thank you to those who have followed us in these few days, sharing experiences, ideas, and above all, thank you to those who have safeguarded the intuition, the vision, and the whole Economy of Francesco project.
It is a great joy for us to introduce you to some members of the scientific committee. The economist Luigino Bruni, professor of LUMSA University in Rome and scientific director of EOF, Economy of Francesco. Luca Crivelli, director of the Department of Business Economy, Health and Social Care of the Assisi University. And Sister Alessandra Smerilli, professor at the Auxilium University, Rome. We greet also Father Augusto Zampini Davis, Adjunct Secretary of the Dicastery for the Integral Human Development of the Vatican, link up from Rome. Father Zampini, can you hear us?
Perfectly well. Yourself?
Perfect. Thank you very much. Luca Crivelli and Luigino Bruni are also among the promoters of the international project, the Economy of Communion. A very special thanks to the Economy of Communion for all that they have done during these months. All over the world, the Economy of Communion has made a fundamental contribution to animate, support, and consolidate the Economy of Francesco movement. Thank you.
We know that the Eco of Francesco will be part of our future, and this is how we imagine it.
The Economy of Francesco will be a moment to reflect and act upon the changes.
For me, the Economy of Francisco will be a start of a new world for everybody.
Economy of Francesco will be the project that will change the world and the history in terms of hope and sustainable success of the human being life and the earth.
The Economy of Francesco will be good music for our planet.
The Economy of Francesco will be the starting point of a network for the economy of the future.
The Economy
of Francesco
will be a school of change, a community of change makers,
following the example of Christ.
La economía de Francisco será una oportunidad para maternizar la economía global y poder resolver los problemas del mundo.
The Economy of Francesco will be a gift for all living beings on this earth.
The Economy of Francesco will be a better world for our children.
L'économie de Francesco sera un souffle nouveau pour l'économie mondiale. Vive l'économie de Francesco.
It will be a new breath of life for the world economy. Long live the Economy of Francesco.
Full of dignity.
Full of women.
Women talent.
Gender equality.
Full of hope.
A new beginning.
A model for the world.
The Economy of Francesco will be creating a culture of conservation, preservation, and inclusion.
The Economy of Francesco will be a flame of hope for the earth, the society, and the future of humanity.
The Economy of Francesco will be our future.
The Economy of Francesco will be awesome. Please follow your vocation and everything will follow.
The Economy of Francesco will be
reality.
La economía de Francisco será un movimiento imparable. Nosotros ya estamos trabajando, queremos una economía con el centro en la persona, que no deje a nadie afuera, que se ponga a los vulnerables en el primer lugar y que entre todos construyamos juntos nuestra casa común.
Among us, we can build our common home.
Francesco will be the start of a new global economy that leaves nobody behind.
The Economy of Francesco will be the community who put in practice Fratelli Tutti and transform the world economy. Todos hermanos.
The Economy of Francesco will be heaven on earth.
The Economy of Francesco will be the spark of an urgent change for an economy that is rooted in interconnectedness, joy, love, care, compassion, equity, and equality for all humans and our common home.
The Economy of Francesco will be the great love revolution that the world needs. The Economy of Francesco will be vita che nasce e che cresce.
It will be feminine, regenerative,
life that grows and increases.
Or interdependence.
Economy of Francesco will be remembered as a once upon a time like in the best stories. And we all know that the best stories will end with a they lived happily ever after.
The Economy of Francesco will be a snowball rolling on contemporary capitalism, taking the good things, eliminating the bad ones, getting bigger and bigger until it will become the new world economy.
The Economy of Francesco will be a new way to make people understand that they need to care a lot about the impact that their actions and their businesses have on humankind, on nature, and the broader economy.
The Economy of Francesco will be real.
A economia de Francisco será a luz para todo mundo e sinal de amor para todos nós.
The economy of Francis will be light for the whole world and for all of us.
The Economy of Francesco will be human care.
Father Zampini, the floor is yours. Thank you. Father Zampini, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, can you hear me?
You're very welcome.
Hello, greetings from greetings to all and congratulations to the wonderful organization. And in the name of the Dicastery for Interreg Human Development and Karen Taxon that you heard yesterday, and the Vatican COVID Commission, we are glad to be part of this journey. The journey that you have invited us to walk with you, a journey to create a new economy, to bring soul to the economy. What kind of economy? Well, the economy for the 21st century, a more inclusive one who takes into account everybody, the poor, the marginalized, and an economy more sustainable. And I'm so delighted. I witnessed how you work hard in thinking how can we speed up and scale up the process of change in the economy, for example, through finance. How can we bring more justice to the world, for example, with a new global agricultural model? How can new types of businesses and economic curricula could help to create an economy that can help all to take care of our common home? So again, greetings and congratulations. And I think the COVID pandemic has been a disaster, but something we have to thank to the COVID, that the outcome of the Economy of Francesco was anticipated. Instead of creating a global movement after the meeting, because the meeting couldn't happen, you created the movement already from March to now. So this is fantastic news to all of us, and I hope that we can continue the journey together in creating this new economy that the 21st century needs. God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Father Augusto. And I like to share the joy and the hope we are having being here in Assisi, connected with all of you around the world. We feel you are there. You are not behind the screen. We are with us. Yesterday, when we launched the call for recording and sending us a video, a short video in some seconds, we were overwhelmed by hundreds and hundreds of video you sent us. So we had to make a choice, and we were watching some videos, but we promise we will show every single word you said, because we were amazed, and we felt and we are feeling that your voice is important. And so we are with you. And in the moment we were receiving all your videos, I realized that the Economy of Francesco is a well-established community, plenty of energy, is alive. We don't want to waste this richness. And I think that we as seniors, as members of the scientific committee, can help to keep alive this network, and I promise we'll come back to you soon. The network that has been created has at least 3 levels. The regional hubs in which you can act and be protagonists in your territories. The village hubs you have been building during these months. Those represent an opportunity to keep on working on specific fields. Maybe we might add some villages, we'll see. The World Hub. In these 3 days, we are experiencing how rich is this worldwide community. And then we'll do our best to meet all of you in person here in Assisi as soon as it is possible. Until then, one thing is already clear to us. We have never been the leaders of the economy of Francisco. Neither do we want this. You are the leaders of this process, and we are here to support you. Please count on us.
I would like to add 2 additional points to those who were raised by Sister Alessandra. First of all, we will support you by keeping alive the transformative experience that we had the opportunity to live together. Pope Francis uses to say that the pandemic might become a place of conversion, because one cannot quit a crisis by remaining the same. Either you come out better or you come out worse. I think that this is also the essence of the Economy of Francesco process. We aim, of course, at transforming society, the economic system, businesses, public institutions. But we realized very soon that first of all we need to transform ourselves. This is at least the experience that I personally had the opportunity to do while working in one of the villages with a group of amazing young economists, entrepreneurs, and change makers. I feel transformed, triggered to slow down, to change my mind and my heart. Because, as Gabi from Guatemala used to say in our Zoom on Saturday, we are not investing some hours a week, or a couple of months, or even a year. EOF is our lifetime commitment. The second point is that we will do our best to preserve the common characteristic of this experience. In the Economy of Francesco, nobody is a shareholder. Nobody owns an individual share of it. It is all of us, including those who will feel a call to join EOF during the coming months and years, including the next generations. It is this growing global community who is the collective owner of the Economy of Francesco. But I see a possible tension here. In the past months, in spite of the pandemic, we were able to live relationships of neighborhood, to feel a strong sense of belonging with people that we never met before in person, just online. However, if EOF remains an inclusive process, its destiny is to keep growing, and we should do our best to follow and accommodate this growth while preserving at the same time the experience of warm, humane, and inclusive proximity. To do that, the seniors need to live the 4 postures of generativity superbly described yesterday in the conference of Mauro Magatti. We need to desire, to give birth, to accompany, and especially to let you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Luca. Thank you, Alessandra, Father Augusto. thank you to everybody, in particular to my friend, brothers and sisters of the organizing committee, the Bishop of Assisi, Domenico Sorrentino, Francesca, Serafico, the Mayor, Stefania, and all the staff. We started this adventure to help Pope Francis, Papa Francesco, for his dream, because when we met him, he said, I dream to meet young people. I really want to do something for them, especially in economics. Then thank you to everybody. Thank you in particular to you. We were impressed in the backstage watching these extraordinary days, because it was totally more than the ordinary, totally unexpected, totally surprising. Really, we were often very moved in watching what you were doing there. But we were also impressed by your way of dressing, for your clothes, because you are very elegant in the screen, like a graduation day. It was a graduation day of Economy of Francesco. Maybe it's the first degree, it's the bachelor. We can do more with a master, with a PhD. But as in the graduation day in the family, the parents are in the backstage, they prepare, they cook, they clean, but in the moment of celebration is the celebration of the youth, of the boys and girls, not the celebration of adults, of the parents. We tried, we did our best to make this celebration, this graduation day, this year, almost more than 1 year of preparation for you. Second, sorry, or excuse me, because probably we did our best, but there was not enough Africa, there was not enough South America, there was not enough poor people. We started with Paris, with ATD Carte Monde, as a symbolic beginning, but maybe the poor people were not enough during these days, but we are 1 year for doing more, for having more Africa, more South America, more Asia, more indigenous people, economies, traditional community, informal economy, so. And then, sorry for that, but really we are here, we would like to continue with you. We don't leave you alone with the all organized committee. At first, thank you to Pope Francis, Papa Francesco, who believed, who trusted us, trust you as young people for this movement of economists and entrepreneurs. And finally, thanks to St. Francis, Francesco, because we realize that Francesco is still alive. He's very young, he's very modern, he's very post-modern. The economy of Francesco, of course, has 8 centuries, but is still to come, because it's the economy of the present, is the economy of the future, is the economy of you. But, sorry, can I ask a question to Amin? Because I think Catalina and Amin, Niado and Jenna, our friends Valentino, Loredana, they were really also Chiara, Maria, that maybe they say not here with us. They were very important for us. Just can I ask something personal?
Sure. Yeah, of course.
I know that you are from Islam. You are Muslim, no?
Okay.
Then, which experience you lived in presenting the economy of Francesco coming from another religion?
Wow, unexpected question. Well, actually, I am very honored and proud to be protagonist of the economy of Francesco. And actually, that's what Pope Francis said in Fratelli Tutti. I was so happy to read Fratelli Tutti by Pope Francis, and he was saying we should invest more in our diversity to reach this common goal, which is universal brotherhood. And I think I feel so blessed to be here among you. And thank you for giving us this opportunity to be more protagonists of Francesco economy. And this is, as you said, this is just the beginning. And we look forward for the future, for the best future for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I would like to thank Professor Bruni, Crivilli, Smirilli, and Father Zamani. Thank you very much. Sorry if I spell it badly. Father Zampini. Thank you very much Thank you very much.
And now we would like to give also the floor to Niado again. Can you give us a song? Thank you. Thank you. Now we come to the central moment, so long awaited by all of us. We are here because we responded to his letter, his invitation, his call, which we recognize as our call. Let us be silent for a few moments to prepare ourselves. Now, let's listen to Pope Francis.
Cari giovani, buon pomeriggio.
Dear young people, good afternoon. Thank you for being there, for all the work you've done, and for the efforts you've made over the past months, despite changes in our program. You did not lose heart, and in fact, I've appreciated the level of reflection, precision, and seriousness with which you have worked. You brought to it all of your passion, the things that excite you, that concern you, that make you indignant and urge you to work for change. Our original idea was to meet in Assisi, to find inspiration in the footsteps of St. Francis. In the crucifix at San Damiano, like that of the leper, the Lord came to Francis, called him, and gave him a mission. He empowered Francis to cast off the idols that had isolated him from others, the questions and doubts that had paralyzed him and kept him trapped in thinking, this is the way things have always been, a trap, or in the bittersweet melancholy of those who are caught up only in themselves. The Lord made it possible for Francis to intone a hymn of praise, an expression of his joy, freedom and self-giving. I consider this virtual meeting at Assisi not as an end point, but rather the beginning of a process that we've been asked to undertake together as a vocation, a culture and a covenant. Vocation, culture and covenant. The vocation of Assisi. Francis, go and repair my house, which, as you can see, is in ruins. These were the words that so stirred the young Francis and have become a special summons addressed to each one of us. When you feel called to share actively in the building of a new normal, you respond by saying yes, and this is a source of great hope. I know that you immediately accepted this invitation because you yourselves are in a position to realize that things cannot go on the way they are. This was evident from your interest and your active participation in this covenant, which has surpassed all expectations. You showed a personal interest in identifying the crucial issues we're facing. And you did this from a particular perspective, that of the economy, which is your area of research, study and work. You recognize the urgent need for a different economic narrative. It's urgent to realize that the present world system is certainly unsustainable from a number of points of view, and is harming our sister Earth, so gravely maltreated and despoiled, together with the poor and the excluded in our midst. These two things go together. If you harm the Earth, the number of the poor and the excluded increases. They're the first to be hurt and the first to be forgotten. Be careful, though, not to be talked into believing that this is just another banal problem. Your voice is much more than an empty passing outcry that can be quelled with the passage of time. Rather, you're called to have a concrete impact on cities, universities, workplaces and unions, businesses and movements, public and private offices, and to work with intelligence, commitment and conviction in order to reach the centers where ideas and paradigms or models are developed and decided. That's why I've invited you to make this covenant, this pact. The gravity of the present situation, made all the more evident by the COVID pandemic, demands that a responsible stand be taken by all social actors, all of us, with yourselves in the forefront. The effects of our actions and decisions will affect you personally. Consequently, you can't remain outside the centers that are shaping not only your future, but also, I'm convinced, your present. You can't be absent yourselves from those places where the present and future are generated. Either you're part of them, or history will pass you by. a new culture. We need change. We want change. And we seek change. But the problem arises when we realize that we lack adequate and inclusive answers to many of our current problems. Indeed, we experience a certain fragmentation in our analyses and diagnoses that end up blocking every possible solution. Deep down, we lack the culture required to inspire and encourage different visions, marked by theoretical approaches, politics, educational programs, and indeed spirituality that cannot be fitted into a single dominant mindset. Given the urgent need to come up with answers, it's indispensable to promote and support leadership groups capable of shaping culture, sparking processes, blazing trails, broadening horizons, building common bonds. Every effort to organize, to care for and improve our common home, if it's going to be meaningful, will also demand a change in lifestyle, models of production and consumption, and establish structures of power which today govern societies. Without this, you'll accomplish nothing. We need, on the local and institutional levels, leadership groups that can take up problems without becoming trapped or frustrated by them, and this way challenge the tendency, which is often unconscious, to submit to certain ideological ways of thinking that end up justifying injustice and paralyzing all efforts to combat it. As an example, we can think of hunger, which, as Benedict XVI rightly pointed out, hunger, he says, is not so much dependent on a lack of material resources as on a shortage of social resources, the most important of which are institutional. If you're able to resolve this problem, you'll open up a path to the future. Let me repeat those words of Pope Benedict. Hunger depends less on a lack of material resources than on the lack of social resources, the most important of which are institutional. The social and economic crisis that many people are experiencing at first hand, and that's mortgaging the present and the future by the abandonment and exclusion of many children, adolescents, and entire families, makes it intolerable for us to privilege sectorial interests to the detriment of the common good. We have to return to the mystical nature of the common good. Here I would bring up an exercise that you have experienced with as a method for a sound and resolution of conflicts. In these months, you've shared a number of reflections and significant theoretical models. You've considered 12 problems, 12 villages, as you've called them, 12 different themes to debate, discuss, identify practical approaches to resolving them. You've experienced the urgently needed culture of encounter, which is the opposite of the throwaway culture now in vogue. This culture of encounter makes it possible for many voices to be heard around the same table in order to dialogue, consider, discuss, and formulate in a polyhedral perspective, different aspects and possible responses to global problems involving our peoples and our democracies. It's not easy to move towards real solutions when those who don't think like ourselves are discredited, slandered, and misquoted. discrediting, slandering, and misquoting are cowardly ways of refusing to make decisions, making the decision needed to solve problems. This is cowardly in the face of decisions needed. Let us never forget that the whole is greater than the part, but it's also greater than the sum of its parts, and that the mere sum of individual interests is not capable of generating a better world for the whole human family. This exercise, encountering one another beyond all legitimate differences, is the first step towards any change that can help generate a new cultural and consequently economic, political and social mentality. For you'll never be able to understand great things solely from a theoretical or individual perspective, without a spirit that drives you, without meaningful interior motivations, without a sense of belonging and rootedness that can enhance personal and communal activities. The future will thus prove an exciting time that summons us to acknowledge the urgency and the beauty of the challenges lying before us. A time that reminds us that we're not condemned to economic models whose immediate interest is limited to profit and promoting favorable public policies, unconcerned with their human, social and environmental cost. Policies that ensure we can count on an absolute, unlimited and indifferent availability of resources. We're not forced to continue to think or quietly accept by our way of acting that some feel more human than others, as if they were born with greater rights or privileges for the guaranteed enjoyment of determined essential goods or services. Nor is it sufficient to trust in the search for palliatives in the third sector, in philanthropic models. Although their efforts are crucial, they're not always capable of confronting structurally the current imbalances which affect the most excluded, and they unintentionally perpetuate the very injustices they seek to combat. Nor is it simply or exclusively a matter of meeting the most essential needs of our brothers and sisters. We need to accept structurally that the poor have sufficient dignity to sit at our meetings, participate in our discussions, and bring bread to their own tables. It is about much more than social assistance or welfare. We're speaking of a conversion and a transformation of our priorities and of the place of others in our policies and in the social order. Today, well into the 21st century, it's no longer simply about exploitation and oppression, but something new. Exclusion ultimately has to do with what it means to be part of the society in which we live. Those excluded are no longer society's underside, or its fringes, or it's disenfranchised. They are no longer even part of it. Think about this. Exclusion strikes at the very root of what it means to be part of the society in which we live. Since those who are excluded are no longer society's underside or its fringes or it's disenfranchised, they're no longer even part of it. This is the culture of waste, the throwaway culture, which not only discards, but makes others feel discarded, to feel discarded, rendered invisible on the other side of the wall of indifference and comfort. I remember the first time I saw a closed neighborhood. I didn't know they existed. In 1970, I had to visit the Jesuit novitiates. And in one country, passing through the city, they told me, you can't go to that part because it's closed. It's a closed neighborhood. Inside there were walls, houses, streets, but it was closed off. A neighborhood living in indifference. I was quite struck by this. But afterwards, these neighborhoods grew and kept growing everywhere. Let me ask you, is your heart like a closed neighborhood? The Assisi covenant, the Assisi pact. Certain questions can no longer be deferred. The enormous and urgent task of facing demands and generous commitment in the areas of culture, academic training and scientific research, and a refusal to indulge in intellectual fashions or ideological positions. Little islands that isolates us from life and from the real suffering of people. Dear young economists, entrepreneurs, workers, business leaders, the time has come to dare to take up the challenge of promoting and encouraging models of development, progress and sustainability in which people, especially the excluded, including our sister Earth, will no longer be, at the best case, a merely nominal, technical or functional presence. Instead, they will become protagonists in their own lives and in the entire fabric of society. This calls for more than words. The poor, the excluded. They are real people. Instead of viewing them from a merely technical or functional standpoint, it's time to let them become protagonists in their own lives and in the fabric of society as a whole. Let's not think for them, but with them. Not acting according to the model of the Enlightenment as enlightened elites, where everything is done for the people, but nothing with the people. This is not acceptable. Let's not then think for them, but with them. Let us learn from them how to propose economic models that will benefit everyone, since their structural and decisional approaches will be determined by the integral human development clearly set out by the Church's social doctrine. Politics and economics must not be subject to the dictates of an efficiency-driven paradigm of technocracy. Today, in view of the common good, there's an urgent need for politics and economics to enter into a frank dialogue in the service of life, especially human life. Lacking such a focus and direction, we would remain prisoners of an alienating circularity that would perpetuate only dynamics of degradation, exclusion, violence, polarization. Every program organized to increase productivity should have one aim: to serve persons. They should reduce forms of inequality, eliminate discrimination, free people from the bonds of servitude. It's not enough to increase the general fund of wealth and then distribute it more fairly. This is not enough. Nor is it enough to develop technology so that the earth may become a more fitting dwelling place for human beings. This too is not enough. The approach of integral human development is good news to be proclaimed and put into practice. It's not a dream. It's a concrete path. Good news to be proclaimed and put into practice, for it proposes that we rediscover our common humanity on the basis of the best of ourselves, namely God's dream that we learn to be keepers of our brothers and sisters and those most vulnerable. The true measure of humanity is essentially determined in relationship to suffering and to the one who suffers. This holds true for individuals and for society. The measure of humanity, a measure that must be embodied in our decisions and our economic models. How reassuring it is to hear once more the words of St. Paul VI, who in his desire that the gospel message permeate and guide all human realities, wrote these words: development cannot be restricted to simply economic growth. To be authentic, it must be well-rounded, integral. It must foster the development of each person and of the whole person. Each person and the whole person. We cannot allow economics to be separated from human realities, nor development from the civilization in which it takes place. What counts for us is man, each individual man and woman, each human group and humanity as a whole. Many of you will have the ability to affect and to shape macroeconomic decisions involving the destiny of many nations. Here too, there's a great need for individuals who are well prepared, wise as serpents and innocent as doves, individuals capable of caring for the sustainable development of countries and ensuring they're not subjected to oppressive lending systems, which, far from promoting progress, subject people to mechanisms which generate greater poverty, exclusion, and dependence. Lending systems by themselves, if considered alone, they lead to poverty and dependence. It is legitimate to call for the development of a model of international solidarity capable of acknowledging and respecting interdependence between nations and favoring mechanisms of control that prevent any kind of subjection. And working for the promotion of the most disadvantaged and developed countries, for every people is called to become the artisan of its own destiny and that of the entire world. Dear young people, today we've a great opportunity to express our innate sense of fraternity, to be good Samaritans who bear the pain of other people's troubles rather than fomenting greater hatred and resentment. An unpredictable future is already dawning. Each of you, starting from the places in which you work and make decisions, can accomplish much. Do not seek shortcuts, however attractive, that prevent you from getting involved and being a leaven wherever you find yourselves. No shortcuts. Be a leaven. Roll up your sleeves. Once the present health crisis has passed, the worst reaction would be to fall even more deeply into feverish consumerism and forms of selfish self-protection. Remember, We never emerge from a crisis unaffected. Either we end up better or worse. Let's foster what's good, make the most of this moment, and place ourselves at the service of the common good. God grant that in the end, there will no longer be others, but that we adopt a style of life where we can speak only of us, of a great us, not of a petty small us and then the others. That will not do. History teaches us that no system or crisis can completely suppress the abilities, ingenuity and creativity that God constantly awakens within us. With dedication and fidelity to your peoples and to your present and future, you can join others in forging new ways to make history. Do not be afraid to get involved and to touch the soul of your cities with the gaze of Jesus. Do not fear to enter courageously the conflicts and crossroads of history in order to anoint them with the fragrance of the Beatitudes. Do not fear, because no one is saved alone. No one is saved alone. You are young people from 115 countries. I ask you to recognize our need for one another in giving birth to an economic culture able to plant dreams, to draw forth prophecies and visions, allow hope to flourish, inspire trust, bind up wounds, weave together relationships, awaken a dawn of hope, learn from one another, and create a bright resourcefulness that will enlighten minds, warm hearts, give strength to our hands, and inspire in young people, all young people with no one excluded, a vision of the future filled with the joy of the gospel. Thank you.
Thank you, Pope Francis, for your message, for your words of great encouragement that's outlined for us the path to follow. We can't stop here. We must move forward. Thank you, Pope Francis, for following us during these months and keeping us in your thoughts and prayers. Thank you very much.
And now, we have come to the last moment of these fantastic days. This is our final statement and common commitment.
Dünyanın önəmli güc mərkəzləri, əsas iqtisadi və maliyyə institutları yer kürəsinin nəfəs ala bilməsi üçün öz fəaliyyət...
We young economists, entrepreneurs and change makers of the world, summoned to Assisi by Pope Francis,
COVID-19 bəlası yekunlaşdıqdan sonra biz dünyaya və onun üzərində yaşayan insanlara boğucu zərər verən bu azğın yarışı daha da yavaşlatmaq.
We want to send a message in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic, to economists, entrepreneurs, political decision makers, workers and citizens of the world. To convey the joy, the experiences, the hopes and challenges that we've gained and gathered this period, by listening to our people and to our hearts.
Especialmente os globais, como a atmosfera, as florestas, os oceanos, a terra, os recursos naturais, todos os ecossistemas.
We have to look to the common good, the stewardship of common goods. This must be at the center of each government's program. And also universities, courses in economics in the whole world.
perquè la primera ajuda a la seva indigència és el respecte i l'estima a la seva persona. La pobresa no és una maledicció, és solament una dissort i no és responsabilitat.
Poverty is not misadventure, not a curse. Must be the right to work for everyone. Must be guaranteed by social politics in each country with a charter that discourages business choices based on profit and founded on the exploitation of minors and the most disadvantaged. Tax havens around the world should be abolished immediately, because money deposited in a tax haven is money stolen from our present and our future, and that a new tax pact be the first response to the post-COVID world.
New financial institutions be established and the existing ones, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, formed in a democratic and inclusive sense to help the world recover from poverty and imbalances produced by the pandemic.
Các công ty và ngân hàng, đặc biệt là các công ty lớn và đa quốc gia, cần phải thành lập một ủy ban đạo đức độc lập trong ban quản trị của họ.
Companies and banks, especially large and globalized ones, introduce an independent ethics committee in their governance with a veto on the environment, justice, and impact on the poorest. National and international institutions provide prizes to support innovative entrepreneurs in the context of environmental, social, spiritual, and not least managerial sustainability, because only by rethinking the management of people within companies with global sustainability of the economy be possible. States, large companies, and international institutions work to provide quality education for every girl and boy in the world, because human capital is the first capital of all humanism.
Do not rest until female workers have the same opportunities as male workers, because without an adequate presence of female talent, businesses and working places cannot be fully and authentically human and happy places.
Finally, we ask for everyone's commitment so that the time prophesied by Isaiah may draw near. They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. We young people can no longer tolerate resources being taken away from schools, healthcare, our present and our future to build weapons and fuel wars needed to sell them. We would like to tell our children that the world at war is finished forever.
All this, which we already experience in our work and in our lifestyles, we ask knowing that it is very difficult, and that perhaps many consider it utopian. Instead, we believe it is prophetic, and therefore that we can ask and ask again. Because what we seems impossible today will seem less tomorrow, thanks to our commitment and our insistence.
You adults who control the economy and businesses have done a lot for us young people, but you can do more. Our times are too difficult to ask for anything but the impossible. We believe in you, and this is why we ask much of you. But if we asked for less, we wouldn't be asking enough. In fact, we ask all this, first of all, from ourselves, and are committed to live our best years of energy and intelligence so that the economy of Francesco can bring salt and leaven to everyone's economy.
What symbol could sum up our Economy of Francesco journey so far and represent this commitment to embrace and live in the world? What about the Christ, the Redeemer in Brazil? Look, the lights of Economy of Francesco. These months will have been truly fruitful if we are able to continue what we started. If we involve many other young people, if we are witnesses and ambassadors of a different economy, and above all, different relationships. Good work, friends. Let's Economy of Francesco. See you soon. Thanks to everyone. Thanks to Pope Francis. Thanks to San Francis.
Guys, you are amazing. Thank you.
Thanks to San Francis, more alive than ever. Thanks to all. Thanks. See you soon. This is Economy of Francesco. Woo!
Yeah.
As we were getting closer, something was happening back home. Something that had to do with the ancient bond. People were uniting for the planet. They wanted to make things right. No matter what they were told, they wouldn't give up on home just yet. The bond was not lost. It was still alive, calling us. It was time for a mission to Earth.
Oceans all around, yet it's not how it should be. Many of us fight for basic things in life, so let's bring energy and the IoT and water for our brothers. Now the why is key and the time is here. We must take care of each other. This is a mission to Earth. We're the astronauts, we ustawi, upendo, hey, hey, umoja, ustawi, upendo, hey, hey, umoja, ustawi, upendo, hey, hey, umoja, ustawi, upendo. Mission to Earth, we're the astronauts. We've come to